Oh, I gotta make sure. Gotta make sure I'm on. Yeah, I am. Okay. All right. Nobody's here. This doesn't surprise me anymore. I feel quite left out and isolated. So that's either a sign that things are about to get better, or it's a sign that I'm wrong, I suppose. Um, I've been waiting. I mean, good news for the first time in in weeks. I've been waiting on a call to get an update, which I think will be very helpful for everybody. But we engaged, and then uh, I don't know. Another call was interrupted. I'm not saying that it interrupted, um, and therefore somehow I was being dissed, as the word goes. It's just he said, I have to take another call shortly, so let's talk briefly. And then when I'll get off that call, I'll call you back. Well, that was a while ago, and I've been waiting, and nothing's happened. It doesn't help that my phone service is cut off. Um, that's why I've been asking everybody uh, with, in with being embarrassed for any help. Uh, I'm very grateful. With all of you guys' help, I was able to keep this Wi-Fi and internet all set up, so we can still do this and we can still communicate. But anyway, it nobody told me it'd be easy, but nobody ever told me it'd be this hard. It's always There's always things you have to adapt to. Um, uh, oh, I got to sign in for the stock prices. I always forget to do that. If the call comes in to me, it'll come in a different method. I will sign off and come, because I've been waiting, I've been asking for this for weeks, and I'm finally getting a chance. And if it comes through without insulting you guys, I'll hop off here, get on there, and then come back to you. Okay, so Railtown, of course, is down a penny. Now, they do it every single day. It's the same game. You've seen it. And they make sure all during the day it's red. They make sure at the end of the day it's red. Of course, if you, I mean, it is down 50% from its very high in June, I think, or was it later? Anyway, there's two highs. I think one in May or June and then one in October. It's down from that. But they try to make sure it's red every time you look at the stock price, so you get disgusted. It's a real. But I'm starting to think there's some shorts trapped in it. On the other hand, it's we know their game plan. They're going to push it. All right, hang on. just a not exactly a secretary, but just a call saying it'll come, it'll come. So it'll come. So we know their game plan. They're just going to keep pushing it, and they just are trying to do it for a minute, for 15 minutes, for an hour, for a day. But it every day, and finally our human nature is, William doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. I just want out. Because we are trained to look at the stock price, and we believe still in the system. We still believe in the system. When we see the stock price, we think the stock price is telling us all the information we need to know. Because we still believe in the system. It's a remarkable thing, the stubbornness of the human brain, the human emotions, the experiences, and we just cannot accept that the banks, probably British banks, but it might be New York, have completely corrupted the United States government and its markets and its legal system. I'm not sure into the courts yet, but they've made some headway. Its regulatory system, we can't accept it. It's too big to accept. So it's so weird. We hear the story. We understand we've lost money being destroyed by this system. And then we get an idea like Railtown, which is the way out, in my judgment. But yet we still look at the stock price every day and we say, oh my gosh, William's wrong. There's something missing here. If it were so great, where's the buying? Well, I continue to tell you, I think I don't want to say well-researched, because in many ways I can't get the research specific to Railtown. But I've done a lot of work showing you where I've gotten data, industry data, Wall Street's interest and all that. And maybe if this call comes in here shortly, finally, after weeks, I call every day. I call 2 or 3 times a day. And it's been really frustrating. You know, no feedback. It looks like I finally will, which is a big positive. I want to show you. I received an email from a gentleman who I will assume sent me his email in good faith, although I have a strong suspicion he may be a short. Shorts often come to you as reasonable, but they have one goal: cause doubt, cause fear, and cause people to sell. But on the other hand, his basic points are reasonable, and so he may be real. But the inconsistency is, he says he watches my channel, and yet at the same time he says, where are you getting this that Telus has done a deal with Railtown? And it's fair enough, because we haven't, my opinion, the news out of Telus and the news out of Railtown has not been sufficient to really explain what's going on. And it may not have been sufficient to even end what we've come to call this restricted period, or whatever we've decided to call it, from February 11th all the way to now, December 11th is next week. It's a lot of time. But let me go through his email. And like I say, I'm not per se negative on people giving me alternative points of view. I'm not 100% positive this guy isn't a short, though. So when you read it, just bear that in mind. But let's address it. Let's address legitimate, potentially legitimate points of view. It is well written. So if he is a short, that's what he's decided to do with his education. But hey, while other people are losing their jobs, he can still go out and enjoy life if he is a short. But if he's a real guy, well, let's give him the fairness of trying to answer his question. This is what I got. Dear William, I'm a Railtown shareholder. I got into the stock from following your channel, which I think's great. I've been adding to my position and view it as a long-term hold. Very well written. The real story of Railtown is market acceptance and recurring revenue from their AI tools. Yes, that's right here. That's exactly right. From the conductor side, we also now have the Telus deal, which is a revenue sharing deal, but you'll see his disbelief on that. And we also have the roll-up story. But yes, this is in essence the story, and it's well stated. We will have to see what kind of revenue they can generate from all these great distribution channels they have built out by buying AI partners and collaborating with Telus. Yes, that's true. But here's 2 points on that. Number one, we don't have to wait for the revenue to be booked. It just has to be projectable. And two, that's part of the story with Telus, is definitely distribution channels selling Railtown. But he's missing the biggest part of the Telus story, which is apparently Conductor is a layer between the AI companies who host their services at the Telus data center and then sell their services to end users. So the AI company who signs up to use Telus as a computer, a cloud, and then that AI company sells its product to the street. Well, Telus apparently, and this is what we're going to learn about, Telus has adjudged the Conductor product as the interface between the Telus computer and the AI company app who's using that computer. And that revenue is going to be shared with Railtown. It has nothing to do with selling Railtown's tools directly to the end user. It is a sale of their tools to Telus. Yes. Okay. I am hopeful that if they have the goodies, the revenue will follow. Yes. And That's what we're all here for. I think the revenue is the story here. So here comes to what might be legitimate. I'm assuming it is, or it could be just an attempt to cause fear, uncertainty, and doubt in my heart, or if I show it to you all, it does. I'm doing his job for him. I am concerned. The way he writes this, it just sounds like a short slamming me, but I could be wrong. I am concerned about statements you were making on your channel about Railtown getting revenue from sharing income with Telus. Now, you know, my on-edge self reads that and thinks, wow, that guy's attacking me. He's a short. On the other hand, if I try to give him leeway that this is his concern and this is just how he chose to make his point, you know, I have to get over it. Hence is why I'm showing it to you. Now, who is this guy? I have no idea. Is he a research analyst? Is he playing pickleball all day? I just made that up. Is he busy at work all day? Or is his job to scour the internet for information on Railtown and Telus? I don't know. But he, without any bona fides, he says, I have yet to see a single accredited story. That's that challenge again. But maybe he's, you know, maybe he's a lot smarter than I am. Maybe he's a researcher. Maybe he's an attorney. Maybe he's an engineer. Who the hell knows? I have yet to see a single accredited story or press release. Well, this shows a weakness. I'm not sure how far he looked. That Telus is going to share income from hosting with Railtown. Well, maybe hosting isn't the correct word. Am I using the wrong word? Just like I used the wrong word with quiet period? Maybe it's called, let's say one of Railtown's customers, Quisitive, decides to move their app from the Microsoft data center in Texas to the Telus data center in Quebec. I call that hosting. But maybe it's not hosting. Maybe that's called something else. Maybe that's a link up. I don't know. But anyway, let's move on. I have yet to see a single accredited story or press release that suggests that Telus is going to share income from hosting with Railtown. Everything I have seen that the Telus suggests that the Telus collaboration is strategic in nature. What? They're just getting together to go over some maps together and figure out where they're going to attack? It's just for free? What does that mean? It's strategic in nature. Without money? I guess. It's possible. Like I say, this could be a legitimate point of view. I have my alarm bells up. Do you have any factual evidence? In other words, other than your lies, do you have any factual evidence to support your assumption or your assumptions in kindness that Railtown is going to share Telus's hosting revenue? Railtown is a long-term play. Yes, I agree with that. Although I think my thinking has evolved over the last 60 to 90 days to believe that this company can't go it alone over the long term. So it's going to be purchased. But subject to that exception to his point, yeah, it could take a year. It could take 9 months. I've said that all along. Could take 9 months, 12 months, 18 months, 24 months. Yeah, so Railtown is a long-term play, but he wants that impatience to come in, that, oh, I got to wait that long, I'm going to get out. If you get out, you're going to miss the move. The move is going to be like a rubber band snapping back into place, or a boomerang coming back at you. Railtown is a long-term play, as it may take months or even a year or two for recurring revenues streams to become a reality. Yes, but again, the reality is not what Wall Street's paying for. They're paying for reasonable predictions. Reality will layer in as it will do. But Wall Street and the companies in this arm race are paying for predicted revenue right now. That's just the way it is. In the meantime, Railtown, now here's where I think he's a short. In the meantime, Railtown may need to do an offering or two to pay its people and continue to build out infrastructure. Okay, number one, they don't need any money. They don't need any money. Money came in October. It's coming in November. It's going to come in December. It's coming in January. It's coming in February. It's coming in March. All self-generated. And if I have time, I'll show that to you too. So they're not going to do any offerings. This is a guy trying to scare me. But like I say, it's written so well, maybe it's legitimate, so let's answer it. And to continue to build out infrastructure. Look, they're not LangChain. They started 6 years ago. They're in their 4th iteration of Conductor. It's all built out. There's nothing left to build out. Now, they will, like all software companies, have to adapt to survive and have to change and speed ahead to beat the competition. But this is a misrepresentation, not intentionally probably. They don't have to build anything out. Infrastructure is being built out by Telus. These guys build the agents. And we'll go through it. And this gentleman may understand it better than I do. None of this is negative, other than to say it may temporarily depress the stock price. Well, all his goal is if he's a short, is the temporary. That's his only goal if he's the short. Once Railtown can announce earnings from sales subscriptions to its proprietary AI software tools, we will see a market sentiment shift and sustained upward trend. Yeah, but I think if you listen to his reasoning, and I'm not making fun of it, if he's legit, you're going to miss the boat. The move is going to happen before the revenues come in. The move will happen before. LangChain was priced at $1 billion on less than 10 million, probably less than 5 million in revenues in June. Well, definitely less because it's annualized. So less than 400,000 in revenues that were booked. LangChain was based using June's revenues. LangChain was priced on an estimate this year of earning $10 to $16 million in revenues based on June's numbers. Guys, the Wall Street's not going to do it the way this guy's going to do it, and you'll miss the boat. I do appreciate the questions. Obviously, if I appreciate them more if they come from a legit dude. Let me put up one positive thing for you to digest so that you're not negative. This comes from a guy named Lavender who also interacts with Patient Plays. Lavender just put this up. There is no reason to be concerned at all with the AIP amalgamation now checked and behind us. Railtown AI is going to have an entirely different look by Q1 2026, 3 to 4 weeks away. So now take the opportunity to load up on the shares of Railtown. Patience Plays says, these are all off of Twitter, I know current stock price has you down. Early exuberance has likely turned to fear or boredom, maybe. Many questioning why you overweighted position, maybe. I think many are saying, I want to overweight more, but you get his point. Question, did you do the due diligence? Has anything changed? My summary, soon enough, all the questions will be addressed and the market will, I assume he says, go up. I'll try to find his full post later on. All right, let me answer this gentleman directly. I don't believe he did his homework, but maybe he did. People are busy. But here on November 4th, to the gentleman that sent me the email, the headline is Railtown AI collaborates with Telus Sovereign AI Factory. All right, what does collaborate mean? They're just doing it for fun, for the hell of it? It's strategic, as you put it. What does it mean? To me, it means revenue. But, okay, we can agree to disagree. Railtown AI collaborates with Telus Sovereign AI Factory. That's a brand new, state-of-the-art, top 100 in the world data center to accelerate agentic development for Canadian software affiliates. Okay, maybe that doesn't mean revenue. Maybe they still have further sales to do if we buy this guy's argument. Let's see what it says here. It's dated November 4th, a month ago. The company's announced today that Railtown will deploy advanced agentic software development solutions through Telus's Sovereign AI Factory, leveraging Telus's high-performance, fully sovereign infrastructure. This is a press release. Railtown AI will deliver cutting-edge AI-powered development tools. It's a month old. So it seems like the technology hasn't been made obsolete. Sounds like it's still cutting edge. To Canadian software teams while keeping code, data, and intellectual property security in the Canadian soil. Well, I guess this gentleman wants you to think that they're going to do that for free, or he's a Missouri guy. Prove it to me. He wants to see the revenues, and he owns the stock. I mean, that might be his approach. The collaboration also extends to provide. The collaboration also intends to provide sovereign AI access to Railtown AI's broader ecosystem of Canadian software companies and affiliates empowering them with secure domestic AI compute capacity. So are they going to use that capacity for free? I mean, are we being too picayune here? This to me reads very clearly that they're going to offer to these affiliates and the ecosystem of software companies access to secure domestic AI compute capacity at Telus. What, they're doing it for free? It's just strategic? I don't know. Maybe I'm allowing my enthusiasm to misread this sentence. The collaboration also intends to provide sovereign AI access to Railtown AI's broader ecosystem of Canadian software companies and affiliates, empowering them with secure domestic AI compute capacity as an alternative to foreign cloud platforms. So are these companies using foreign cloud platforms, data centers, for free? And they can just come to Canada at Telus strategically? See, that's why I think this guy's a short. I don't think or he's just too busy to think through what he's reading, or he didn't read this, or he didn't read this press release. He said he hadn't seen a PR. Maybe he just didn't see this one. I don't know. This initiative supports the growth of Canada's AI ecosystem by ensuring Canadian innovations benefit Canadian companies and developers first. Railtown develops advanced AI agentic frameworks and observability tools which empower businesses to efficiently build, deploy, and manage AI-driven solutions. Railtown technologies are purpose-built for companies and software development teams creating autonomous AI agents or integrating agents capabilities into existing products and services. With this collaboration, Railtown will deliver this through Telus's sovereign infrastructure, which provides multiple layers of security, data residence, and operational control to ensure every line of code and development process remains under the Mounties. This sovereign approach addresses growing demand from Canadian software development companies for access to advanced AI capabilities they need, including intelligent developer tools, agentic frameworks, and autonomous development environments. This gives companies the AI capabilities they need to create and deploy AI solutions without foreign dependence. I don't get this, your point, gentlemen. I'm not using your name. You didn't give me permission to. They're going to get paid for that. You think Railtown's just doing it strategically to get their name in the neon lights? They're not getting, maybe. Collaborating with Telus empowers us to connect Canadian AI innovators with secure sovereign compute infrastructure and support, well, and it also allows us to support scalable growth, said Corey Brandolini, CEO of Railtown AI. By deploying our agentic software solutions in Telus's sovereign AI factory and integrating them with the Railtown Build and Deploy platform, we are providing Canadian developers with world-class tools to harness autonomous AI agents for code optimization and system monitoring while maintaining complete sovereignty over their most valuable asset, their intellectual property. That's Corey. Then there's a quote, Canadian software companies are the backbone of our digital economy, and they need AI infrastructure that accelerates their innovation while keeping their competitive advantages at home, said Hesham Fahmy, Chief Information Officer, Telus. Railtown AI's choice to deploy in our sovereign AI factory demonstrates how Canadian companies can access the most advanced AI capabilities while maintaining complete control over their development processes and proprietary code. When Canadian developers create breakthrough AI-powered solutions on Canadian infrastructure, the economy the economic benefits stay here, and we can build lasting prosperity for our nation, while the United States provides for our defense. The software development sector represents a key growth area for Telus Sovereign AI Factory, which has emerged as Canada's answer to maintaining technological independence while accessing cutting-edge AI capabilities. The highly secure facility addresses a critical market need as Canadian companies seek alternatives to foreign cloud platforms. Are they there for free over there? Are they on these other cloud platforms for free, and they're going to come over to the Telus cloud platform for free just for strategic reasons? For training custom models to deploying autonomous development agents with data sovereignty engineered across every layer of the technology stack. Telus is a world-leading communications technology company operating all over the place with $20 billion in annual revenue and more than 20 million customers, or I should say connections, with more than 20 million customer connections, through our advanced suite of broadband services for consumers, businesses, and the public sector. I mean, to my eye, that is a revenue sharing arrangement, but not to this gentleman. He needs more proof. Well, let's go to the company spokesman. You can find this on Twitter from the company spokesman, Rebecca Kurzweil. The revenue story for Railtown is starting to unfold for investors to understand. And she quite helpfully puts out 2 pages from the most recent company-supplied investor deck. We'll get to this top one up here, and we'll get to this one in more detail in a minute. But if you follow my arrow down, right there, I guess this isn't proof. This isn't factual. This isn't third-party information. I showed you the press release from Telus and Railtown. I think they need to tell us more. But look what it says here in the yellow. If you can't read it, I'll give you a chance to see it again. All right, the stock is 32 cents, 31.8 by 33.8, 18,787 on the bid, 22.5 on the ask. The volume's 42,000 shares, not very much. Okay, these are several pages from the November investors deck from Railtown. Here's Railtown's partners now. You see Microsoft for Startups, Founders Hub, Microsoft Partner, Microsoft Co-Ready, NVIDIA, and wow, Telus is a partner. Are they're just there for strategic reasons? I don't know. It's not how I read it. Northeastern University, UBC, which I think is the University of British Columbia, AMD, pretty important partner, Amy, Mila, and now Digital. This is one of the pages in the presentation, and this is the software problem which Corey and Marwan got together to solve. They've expanded their tools beyond this, but the problem is data fragmentation. Data comes into a development team from all different legacy applications, error reports, maybe some verbal information, but it comes from ticket data from these providers, for example, DevOps data, application log data, documentation data, code data, all different areas, all different styles, all different formats. So data fragmentation is the problem. None of the prominent data providers seamlessly integrate and understand the full scope of a client's application. So what's the solution? The Conductor platform. It unifies data. Conductor provides a single platform that everybody uses that comprehensively ingests and unifies all application data. making sense of it all. This is from their November corporate presentation, their investor deck. So they give in that same deck this picture. I don't know what webhooks are. I have no idea what a webhook is. But you go into this ingestion phase, which is conductor, and you've got a Arapaho Kafka. Again, that's another service, but you're using conductor, which uses Telus's computer, its data center. They go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Then you also have storage, data, vector store, whatever that means, file storage. That goes to the Telus data center, back and forth, back and forth, back and bull. Edwina, back and bull. AI services, agents, co-pilots, assistants, chatbots, large language models, and etc. all go into Telus. This is one of their charts. Well, then they describe Railtown AI and Telus Compute partnership. So it's predicated at the top with the conductor platform, which, as I read this, and I might be being too rose-colored glasses, but I read this that conductor is the interface between the conductor tools which companies use to create their products that they sell to end users. But the conductor thing there, which I think says ADK, I think, is the key interface. But I could be wrong on that. But then you come over here on the Telus side, and it again states that Telus is working with conductor. It's right there in the box. And then if you read where I circled in green, it says Telus. It doesn't say Telus, but the arrow goes from the box that says Telus down to conductor. So then in the yellow there inside of the green circle, it says upsell to conductor platform. It comes from the Telus box, points down to the conductor platform, and the wording here could be interpreted, Telus intends to upsell to the conductor platform. And then down below, conductor has cloud agent hosting. Well, they're not doing it for themselves. They're going to have agent hosting on behalf of their end users. I don't know the difference between doing this strategically or doing it for money, or revenue. But anyway, they're going to host, and then there's an arrow going to Telus's AI factory data center. It's their large language models and compute. It's just a big computer. And then down here, you have Railtown Agent Factory Consulting. We still have to learn how they make money that way. But in the direction toward conductor, it says build agent on conductor agents on conductor centers. When you go to the direction of Telus, it says build agents on Telus data centers. Where in this does it confuse you that, one, they're not working together, that 2, they're not sharing computer power, 3, that they're not sharing the conductor agents, where does that leave you with this distinction between being strategic as opposed to being revenue sharing? I don't know. I admit I might be too much in the weeds to catch that distinction. Okay, in the document, it says Railtown revenue model. Railtown AI Technologies is monetizing its newly announced partnership with Telus. Is this confusing? You know, they're just doing it strategically? I don't know. I think I'm reading it correctly. Railtown AI Technologies is monetizing its newly announced partnership with Telus through the deployment of our agent frameworks within Telus's sovereign AI data factory. While Telus provides the hosting, and compute infrastructure for large language models, while Telus provides the hosting and the computer power, Railtown contributes its proprietary agentic frameworks. These are tools that enable the creation, the orchestration, and the management of autonomous AI agents. Hyperscalers like Telus require frameworks. They require frameworks or developer toolkits, ADKs. So Telus requires a framework or developer toolkits in order to make Telus's hosted large language models usable. So to me, they're working together. Is that just strategically, whatever that means, and they're not sharing revenue? Let's further see what is stated in the November corporate investor deck. Without these frameworks, it is extremely challenging for customers, corporate customers, companies, to build, deploy, and interact with AI agents effectively. By combining Telus's secure, domestic, AI computer power, cloud environment with Railtown's frameworks, corporate customers, entities can efficiently build and deploy AI agents and keep their data secure. So your view is that just is strategic, whatever that distinction means? The revenue model is usage-based, okay, just like when, you know, a lot of things are usage-based. In other words, it's not a subscription. The revenue model is usage-based and directly tied to the success of AI deployments. For every agent built with Railtown's frameworks, now that's a question. Is Telus going to use other frameworks? Is Telus going to refer all of their corporate clients to Railtown's frameworks? Or is it a competitive environment? We don't know that answer yet. For every agent built with Railtown's frameworks and deployed on Telus's platform, Railtown receives, now this is where I just don't get the distinction between, they're doing it for strategic reasons. Where do you see facts that they're sharing revenue? For every agent built with Railtown's platform and deployed on Telus's computer, Railtown receives a net percentage of the compute revenues generated by Telus. May I read that again? I don't see any room here for fear, uncertainty, and doubt on this issue. Railtown receives a net percentage of the computer cloud revenues generated by Telus. Railtown receives a net percentage of the hosting revenues generated by Telus. It's right there. Now, what's not here is are there competing frameworks that Telus is going to deploy? We don't know that. But their customer base is so big, I shouldn't think it will really matter. All right, let's go on in the November 2025 investor deck. This is AI partnerships. It's headquartered in Toronto. The top left box says 180 companies. It also says strategic transactions, 1 to 5 companies. When you go over to the summary box on the right at the top, it says that there's 170 companies. So, that seems to be a moving target, but only going up. But in the summary on the top to the right, it emphasizes that the network companies do a combined $400 million in revenues, and they serve 5,000 end users. Then you come down to the business overview on the left, and again it says 180 companies. It confirms 5,000, but it identifies in their acquisition plan or their roll-up plan, they've already identified 3 to 5 of the network companies to buy, to roll up. And then in the dark blue, the first box says it's an accretive strategy. They're going to buy these companies at a discount because they're private. They'll be efficient in their acquisitions, and they talk about their management team, Omer's Venture Capital, for example. So Railtown AI Technologies and the AI partnership it's a big deal. The overview, over 180 affiliates with a proven 400 million annual sales footprint, annual revenue. The combined entity is poised to create a scalable platform which will redefine how AI solutions are developed, delivered, and monetized in America's 51st state. And then up here in the green, on the monetization side, the integration of Railtown's AI service suite delivers the existing affiliate network, high-quality AI service solutions, and activates ensuing revenues for Railtown. What are those ensuing revenues? Well, one is cross-selling the conductor platform, and another is revenue sharing for hosting on the Telus top 100 data center in the world. From a growth perspective, the network's expansive nature provides significant opportunity for network growth with new customers, causing service revenues to continue going up. Strategic vision. By combining Railtown's cutting-edge AI suite with AIP's network, we're going to kick ass. And then here's the chart. A fully integrated technology marketplace and cloud service. AI partners, 180 of them, with 5,000 end users. It goes through the conductor cloud, which is Telus. And the conductor tools. And it's linked to the Telus Sovereign AI Factory. Now right here, I don't think it could be clearer. I don't know how this could be written with any more clarity. Between conductor, which is the Railtown AI Technologies tools, and Railtown owns AI partnerships, between Railtown, which owns conductor, and Telus, which owns the Sovereign AI Factory, right here in yellow, they are going to share compute revenue. They're going to share computer hosting revenue. I just don't know that it could be made any clearer. But I guess if it were so clear, the stock would be up. I guess you'd tell me that. So the idea is to build and publish AI agents. That's for the end users. The end users will build and publish AI agents with the affiliated network. They're going to build using rail tracks and lane tracks. They're going to deploy. They could deploy on Amazon, Google, or Microsoft Azure, but this is a sovereign nation that wants to get away from Donald Trump and Bill Gates. So they're going to deploy on Telus, but isn't it interesting, in the deck they also put Canadian Bell there, Bell of Canada. They haven't said anything, but it's an interesting thing to contemplate. So end users are going to build their products using Railtown, and then it's going to be hosted on Telus, perhaps Bell, but it's going to be hosted on Telus in Canada. The whole process for bugs, security, upgrades, whatever, are going to be observed by Conductor. And then it's going to be published to the AI networks end users for sale to generate revenue. Is this just strategic? Or is this a revenue model? I think it's a revenue model. Finally, if you come up at number 1, network effects, this is the combined Railtown AIP competitive moat. Now they're back down to 170 companies. End users have access to all the network tools, and they can cross-sell to the affiliates who have 5,000 end users. It's pretty powerful. Number 2, because there's high switching costs, maybe, I mean, this is a question we got to know about Telus as well, but because once you're in the network, they're saying that there will be a stickiness once companies start using Conductor and Telus. Brand recognition, number 3. Number 4, capital access, as long as they don't go to the short, so that's great. 5, intellectual property, who cares? 6, platform capacity. Opportunity to move acquired and non-acquired affiliates who currently spend approximately $120 million per year with various hyperscalers. So let me read it differently. Opportunity to move $120 million worth of hosting fees from competing hyperscalers to Telus just for strategic reasons. Railtown isn't interested in making any money. Vertical market software, such as Railtown's Conductor, will be offered to all affiliates and their end users. 8, economies of scale. And there's his letter. All right, let's go to the closing prices. I don't think I missed a message, but let me check. No, I don't think I missed a contact. Let me check. No. So it's ever thus. I had a breakthrough. I was talking. I was gonna get information. And now it looks like, what, I have to wait till tomorrow? Maybe later tonight. I don't know. We'll find out. I'm not going to give up. I'm not going to give up. But let's look at the closing prices. Railtown closed at $33.76. In the green slightly, 54,000 shares. And the last trades, they did 150 shares at $33.76. Just prior to that, they did 100 shares at 31.8. That is manipulation. I wasn't watching. Somebody, well, there's a buy and a sell, but it looks like maybe someone tried to buy. I don't know. I don't know. It could have been a sell. Anyway, 11,748 shares. That seems like computerized because that 748 is communication. At 32.56. Our markets are so corrupted, and I don't know why we just don't bring the troops home and focus on our markets. Fingers last trade at $1.30. Quantum Bio, that's into gold, AI, Ethereum, Bitcoin, Meta, anything new you think of it, they're in it. It's up 19 cents at $10.19. MTN, if you liked it at 27, you'll love it at $1.17. And Genius continues to show that that company has exceptional leadership. You can tell by the accent. 66 cents. I'm not trying to pick on any one company. That whole lot of those companies, you can't listen to them anymore. They're uninvestable. They're uninvestable. And even day trading, they're not tradable. You might get lucky once, but then you'll spend your next decade trying to make up your losses. I mean, it's just got to get away from it. Let me just see if we're at war. Trump fires White House architect. Okay. Trump dozes off at a cabinet meeting. I would doze off. All right, doesn't seem like we're at war. Earthquake in Nevada. 5.9. Sparks panic from Nevada to California. Residents across Nevada and California were startled Thursday when their phones erupted with an earthquake alert. I wonder if their phones would shake with a volcano warning. Epicenter, Carson City, Nevada. Then they wiped it out. There was no earthquake. All right, well, sorry to waste your time. Why didn't they put that in the headline? Leaked call shows European leaders conspiring against Trump peace plan. Small caps and silver going up, but we'll just continue waiting. Senator Warner, military may help save us from Trump. Wow, that's a great breakthrough. Donald Trump, intrigued by the tiny key cars, announced plans to allow production and sale in the United States. They're very small. Hugely popular in Japan, making up about a third of all vehicle sales. They're a law allowing Bloomberg and analyst Tatsu Yoshida noted that Japanese car makers avoid the U.S. market because pricing and costs don't match. Ultra-compact cars have made several attempts to break into the American market. Subaru 36, Honda N600. Seems like a good idea, although they are small. China's AI awakening, a coiled market ready to rip. All right, let's go through your comments. Let's go through your comments. The Padres signed Ty Adcock to major league deal. Cubs, Phillies, Yankees among teams interested in Tatsuya Imai. Mets interested in Joe Ryan. All right, let's go through your comments. Eddie, yesterday's video is no more available. Oh, is that because I played some music? What music did I play? Waylon Jennings? I don't remember what we talked about yesterday. Wow. I didn't know that. T. Alex, me too. T. Alex, hi, William, hello. Unknown Stuntman. For your information, never buy 10 million bucks of anything in one shot. Always buy in lots and see where it goes. Keep the faith, Uncle Bill. Keep up the good work. All right. Darn it. I didn't know the one yesterday was no longer available. DMAC bought 500 more. All right. That's how to do it. That's how to do it. Good for you. Hey, Silver Skyrocket. How are you? Justin Babish, another buyer. All right. Yeah, it always fills under the ask. That's why, Justin, I don't think we move the stock price. I think it's all dependent on what happens in Canada. Down here, we buy, but they just create a new security entitlement. That's great, Justin. Good job. That's how to take advantage of this ongoing joke. Well, in fairness, there's some aspects. In fairness, there is some legitimacy to the market having some question marks. But I just don't know that it should be at this price. I think it should be at a higher price. Anyway, since yesterday's video got canceled, you should know there's 16 million shares we have. 16,051,000. That's a lot of shares of Railtown. 16,051,000. Silver skyrocket. Can you recap? Yeah, I wrote it down. Here's one example. Here's one example. Here you can do it at home. Here's the variables. I broke down revenue into 3 areas. Hosting revenue, revenue from rolling up, consolidating, acquiring the AIP network companies, and revenue from conductor. Those 3. I mean, you can break it down further, but those are the 3. So you can fill them in. The other variables are, what multiple of revenues do you use? This research report a year and a half ago by Capital Research used 12x times revenue. Sequoia's recent financing of Lang chain was somewhere between 80 and 90x. I mean, it was 90 if the revenue was at the low end of the range. It was 80, 85 if the revenue was at the high end of the range. So pick a number, 80, 85, 90. X is what they use. Deals have gone off at 100, 150, 200x. Some have gone off where you don't even know what the revenue is, but they just they had to have the talent. So the first variable is revenue. The second variable is the multiple. And then the third variable is how many shares are outstanding. And the number of shares right now is something like 193 million. And there's some, employee options and et cetera out there. So, maybe it's 2.25 million, 225, 230 million range. Well, for hosting, you don't need to issue any shares. For the Railtown product, you don't need to issue any shares. So if you just focus on those revenue numbers, use 230 million outstanding shares. But if you want to assume as the stock gets to $5 or $10 a share, that the company is going to start rolling up some of the network companies, well, they'll probably issue some shares then. Depending on your assumptions, you can move it to 250 million shares. You can move it to you can move it to 275 million shares, 300 million shares. I wouldn't move it above 349, call it 350. because I don't think they're going to issue that. I don't even think they'll get that far up. But I don't think Railtown would want to put their control of the company, the overall company, at risk. So that kind of gives a maximum that they'd be willing to issue. But anyway, you come up with those numbers. So the first question is revenue. And that's equal to the estimated annual recurring so you can do it at home, but one variable, what do you think the revenue will be in 2026/2027? I would pick maybe April 1. What do you think the revenue will be on April, the estimated revenue for the annual recurring revenue from April 1 for the forward 12 months? So we can try to figure that out. Hosting I think there's there could be more. So let's write down hosting. So hosting, it would seem to me, is going to come, we don't know how much yet, from Telus's customers that Telus gets to use Conductor. From the AIP network, we already know they're doing over 120 million. From Uniserve's 3,000 customers, corporate. From is it possible from what we just saw that other data centers in Canada, like Bell, or there's a bunch of other ones, other data centers could use Conductor? We don't know. And then Railtown's own customers. Well, you can fill in those to your heart's desire. But on the AIP side, we know that it's 120 million currently. And if we use, that's something else. What's the revenue split? If you want to use 10% to Railtown, use that. If you want to use 20%, use that. If you want to use 30%, use that. Or anything you come up with. I'm going to use 20%. So 20% of the current networks spend. They are spending this much money at Microsoft, at Amazon, at Bell, maybe in the United States. And they're going to move that to Telus. Why? Because Railtown controls the network. Now, there might be some stickiness. It might take time. But remember, it's what you can project forward. Well, at 20%, that's 24 million in ARR from hosting as it relates to AIP. This is 100% cash flow. Now, you know, if you use 15%, it's going to be lower. But, you know, I don't know. That's something they've got to fill in. I also think this number 120 will be bigger because Telus will bring in customers, Uniserve, Railtown, other data centers. So I think this top line number will be much bigger, 200, 300 million. But let's just stick with this. We'll go with a low number. So we're going to say hosting is 20. That's so low, but let's say it's 24 million for 2026. So we're going to try to estimate revenues. For 12 months. And I'm going to, this is a low number, 24 million. So then let's try to give a guesstimate for what revenues are for Railtown. I mean, Railtown's revenue is going to come from the deals they've already announced, the deals that are in their pipeline, and future sales agreements. And we don't know, we know this one, but we don't know the revenues. We don't know anything about this. But let's try to make some assumptions. They announced the Uniserve. That's 3,000 companies. What do you want to guess they get out of that? 1%? Okay. Let's say they get 30 companies there. They announced 3 or 4 other deals. One was the London Stock Exchange. That could lead to more than one company, but it wasn't specific, the stock exchange. It was a company selling services to the stock exchange. But they did another 5 or 6 announcements. Let's ignore those for now. there's this group in there called Fidelity or something. What was it called? The one that they did the amalgamation with. Darn it. Digital. Digital has something like 14,000, sorry, enterprises. I don't know. Let's say they get 10 of those. I don't know. So that covers the announced as far as I'm concerned. And then in the pipeline, they've been working for 10 months or not working or something in between. But I think they've been working and they've been going to conferences and they have this great product. It's 10 months that we haven't heard anything. You might argue with my number, but I'm going to say they have 20 companies in their pipeline, two a month. Future sales that aren't currently in the pipeline, why don't we leave that at 0? So, I mean, you can come up with your own. They announced the Uniserve, for example, has 3,000 companies, but I'm assuming they convert 30 and maybe another 10 from their announced deals. In the pipeline, I figure 2. This is really 10 out of 14,000 in digital. I don't know. I might be too high. Who knows? But then the pipeline, I'm just figuring they've worked hard over the last 10 months and they got 2 deals a month. And then future deals, I'm assuming 0. So let's assume that Railtown Conductor for 2026 projected forward. Maybe they'll sign up 60 companies. What do you think they'll sign each of those companies for? $1 million? $500,000? $750,000? $250,000? $2 million? I'll say 500,000. 500,000 in annualized revenue times 60 companies. I think that's really low. It's 30 million. So for Railtown, forward 12, just assuming they sign up 60 companies at 500,000 per annum, that's 30 million. I think that's low. So let's add that in. You can do it yourself, come up with higher numbers, come up with lower numbers. When I say Railtown, I'm just talking about their tools. Obviously, everything is in the umbrella of Railtown, but I'm just saying they're the Railtown tools. So that leaves the roll-up. Well, we know from the presentation we just saw that the roll-up companies do 400 million per annum. We also know they've already identified 2 to 5 companies to roll up. I don't think they're going to roll up any companies until the stock goes to $5 or $10 or where they don't issue a lot of shares. But if they were to roll up 5 companies, each doing 20 million, and I know some of you have looked up the companies and you're disappointed that the websites aren't impressive and that they're not doing a lot of revenue. But I looked up, I didn't go through them all, but I went through probably 70, 80 of the companies, and I found some big revenues in there. To assume they'll roll up 5 companies with 20 million each might strike you as high. How about 10 million each? They're not going to roll up the small ones first. So I'm going to say the roll-ups that's the acquisitions. I'm going to say it's 5 companies at 10 million on average each, which I think is really low. Really low. All right, so that's my number. Hosting, I think this is a low number, by the way, very low. Rail, I have no idea. I have a feeling that'll be low. I think that number could be as much as 100 million. I think the hosting could be 50 million. But anyway, let's go with the numbers we just came up with. And I think the roll-ups, the acquisitions of the 400 million in revenue, let's just say they get 50 million. And it's not that they have to get it accomplished. It's just a projection for the forward 12 months starting April 1st. I get 104 million in revenue. So there's one variable. I came up with a number. You can do this every day, come up with different numbers at different times. But I just came up with 104 million in revenue. For 2026, starting April 1. So what's the last variable? It's the multiple. What multiple do you use? Well, we could use 12. Let's use 12 and a half. We could use 25. We could use 50. And let's say 75. So 12 and a half is the research from a month and a half ago. 75 is the Sequoia Capital range. 25 is probably just software developers. And 50 is probably the one. 50 is probably the one to use. But let's see what we get on all of them. So you have 104 million in revenue, and you multiply that by 12.5. That gives a market cap That gives a market cap of 1.3 billion. If we use 25x, it gives a market cap of 2.6 billion. And if we use a market cap of 50x, it gives a market cap of 5.2 billion. And 75x is a little trickier, but should be easy. It gives 7.8 billion. These are big numbers. These are big numbers. I think the 100 million in revenue is low, but you can work on it at home, use whatever you want. At 12.5x times revenue, forward revenue, that's what they value, that's what they do. 1.3 billion, 25x 2.6, 50x 5.2. This is probably the one that should be our target in the first quarter or second quarter range. But let's assume 260 million shares outstanding. Why? Because it's easy. If you assume 260 million shares outstanding at 25x right here, it's a $10 stock. It's a $10 stock, assuming 260 million shares outstanding. At 50x, which is where I think you should be focused, it's a $20 stock. At 75x, it's a $30 stock. If they do this, project this kind of revenue, and at 12.5x, it's a $5 stock. That's a target for the first quarter. Now, if you want to say my revenue projections are too high, cut them in half. Cut it in half. Cut my revenue projections in half. Well, then your targets are 250 by, let's say, April 1, $5, $10, or $15. If you cut this in half, to 102, these would be your targets. If, not 102, sorry. That's how I made the mistake the other day. To 52. If you think I'm out of my mind, cut that in half. And call it 26 million in revenue next year. Which I think is absurdly low. Well, then you would have your targets. For the first quarter, you'd have targets at 26 million in revenue. You'd have targets of $1.50, $1.25, sorry, 2.50, $5, or 7.50. I mean, you can play with the revenue projections any way you want. I'll finish Silver Skyrocket by just pointing out one thing. If you want to ignore all other revenue, just look at the hosting. Just look at the hosting. You can ignore everything else. The hosting is 100% profit. We know they're going to do 120 million. If you add some growth to it, let's say it's 30 million more in growth. So that's 150 million. And do you think Telus with 20 billion in revenue could find 100 million? Let's just call it 50 million from Telus companies. You have 200 million next year. So you have existing 120 million in hosting spend. We know that, it's in the papers. If you assume growth of 30 million, just if they get 20 or 30 more companies. And then Telus, I think Telus, they got 20 billion in revenue. If they direct some of their own customers, 50 million seems low. So you could get 200 million from hosting, 200 million from hosting. Pick a multiple. 25, it's 2.5 billion. 2.5 billion. Say they don't have to issue any shares. They got 225, 230 million out. Call it 250 million. That's $10 a share target just from hosting. Just from hosting. So we don't know the numbers, but there are some guesstimates you can make. Let me see if there's any contact. No. Nope. I guess I'm not going to hear today. Darn it. Huh. Just that close. Well, I don't know if it helped. I just did it again. Thank you, DMAC, for $9.99. Are you out of your mind? That's very great. Why did yesterday's video get deleted? Never got to watch it. I'm going to assume it's because I played Lukenbach, Texas. I wish I hadn't done that. It wasn't that great a version. It doesn't make sense that they would drop it. I mean, it just don't give me any of the revenue. But I think that's what happened. And yesterday I did go through some stuff. We'll try to get back through it again. Justin Babish. I did see the press release. That RT was revenue sharing with Telus. It was on my brokerage page. 95 sure was the second press release that mentioned Telus. Yeah, I think you're right. E. Bellinger, it's in the investor deck, page 27. Can't put the link here. All right, let me look on page 27. Here's the deck. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Now I know my ABCs. Yeah, the revenue model, you're right. There it is. And I read it, I already read it out, so I'm not going to read it out again. Page 27. Fred to go institution started buying yesterday. How do you know that? It didn't look like that to me, but we'll see. Institution started buying yesterday, very low volume. Not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure they did either. Strange behavior on the CSC. Yeah, it's very slow. Fred to go says recent trades, low volume, but buying nonetheless. Okay, I believe it's going to come in. It's going to come in at some point. The prime time, can someone explain to me I'm late? I don't know why you're late. Phil Haynes on the phone all day long. It says chart unavailable. Why is that? I think it's a conspiracy. There's the chart. And frankly, it doesn't have much to recommend it right now. They just keep driving it. But this isn't a short-term trade. And I would say that they're trying to get it lower, obviously. They weren't able to today, but maybe they'll try again tomorrow. There's no, I mean, if you're looking at it to trade, to me, there's no signal other than it's cheap. There's no signal that it's about to go up. But that can change. Sentiment can change on a dime. And, you know, one good buyer coming in, I would look for, if it goes over 36 cents, it's so laughable now, but that would cause some buying up to 39 cents. If it got through 39 cents, equally laughable. I mean, because they're so low. But I think those two numbers, 36, 39, those are the moving averages, should get it going to 42. And once it breaks through 42, it'll go to, maybe 47, pull back a little bit, go to 50, pull back a little bit, go to 55, pull back a little bit, go to 60, pull back a little bit, go to 66, stall, and then go to 70, maybe pull back a little bit. But after 70, it should be, I think, pretty quickly to $1.25. But that's not in the chart right now. It's a very depressed chart. And like I warned 2 Sundays ago, I didn't feel like filing the closing of AIP would change this. What you need is an institutional buyer or a large buyer or a lot of smaller buyers driven by a research report. None of that's happened yet, but it's coming. And I think the annual meeting on Wednesday, December 17th, that's as good a deadline as any to aim for. So tomorrow's probably going to be weak. But next week is the last week before the annual meeting. You could start seeing some info. Mr. Belanger, grab some shares today, Canadian, for Eric B. All right. That's awesome. T. Alex, the short writes an email because knows you will block. Oh, very smart. How come I'm so slow on the uptick? How come you're so smart and I'm so hot for her? I'm so hot for her and she's so cold. I'm on fire for her. I'm on fire for her and she's so cold. I'm almost legend. Theoretical Thursday, Sir William. I spent about 30 minutes with AI analyzing the letter you were sent. I had it trimmed down its summaries paragraph by paragraph, if you don't mind me sharing. I don't mind. And the guy made, some of what he said's legitimate queries. And maybe all of it is, I don't mean to assume that it's not. Let's see what it says. The writer is correct in regards to Railtown's long-term value is driven by adoption and recurring revenue. No, that's exactly right. But let me just stop you right there. That's exactly right. There's no question about that. But not yet. But soon, I believe Railtown will be a real market where you had, and I don't know if it'll happen under $1 or under $2, but at some point, you're going to have research, you're going to have institutional buying, you're going to have dedicated eyeballs watching the stock, maybe not every day, but they're going to be analyzing data. They're going to be in touch with the company, and they know the industry. So unlike any other stock in this sort of experience, this surreal experience of the last 3 years or so, I think this is going to be a real market. And what I mean by that is, yes, you'll have the shorting. It'll never go away. But you're going to have buyers who know the space, have money, have investment teams, maybe even trading desks, maybe even in-house research. So you're going to have native buying. All these other stocks that we've been in, it's all the charm boys. And then just the flood of emotions that ripples through a conference call. And I'm not making fun of that, but it's just what it is. This is going to be buying away from us, had nothing to do with us. As an example, if Research Capital comes out with a report before the annual meeting, maybe, maybe a bunch of small institutions actually listen to this guy. I doubt it. This didn't seem to affect the price last time. But it'll give us something to talk about, which I look forward to. But if a company like Canaccord came out with research and a group of retail brokers, wealth advisors, decided to build a position, or if a couple of institutional brokers said, you know what, I'm going to call my accounts on this. They'll come in early at 6 a.m. and they'll have their nationwide Zoom call, and the analyst will come on and give their projection, and the institutional brokers, the ones that have the accounts at the 20 or 30 technology funds, give a call. Hey, Susan, we have a new research recommendation. It's in this AI software development space. You got a minute to listen? Yeah, sure. Well, boom, 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 boom. I'll send it over. And who knows? You start seeing some buying. But that's my point, is you don't need the revenue to be booked and look backwards. All you need is analysts or the company or the in-house teams to do their own homework. They know this space. And if they can project forward that the stock, pick one of my numbers, that the stock will be $30 in 5 months, according to their in-house analysis, they won't wait 5 months to see the revenue print. They'll start accumulating it now. And that's what I mean by a real market. You're going to have real buyers. There are no real buyers in any of these other stocks that we've been seduced into. There's going to be real accumulation, real research, real thought given to it. And that brings good news forward. They discount the good news till today. The other side is, if the company misses one of their earnings, then you get these swift sell-offs, shorts join in. But at other funds who still have it might say, you know what, this sell-off's a good opportunity to add to our position. It's going to be a different world. We're not there yet. Stock just keeps going down. They just can sell as much as they want. We don't really have enough buying power. Frankly, I'm not sure we have enough interest right at the minute to counteract the shorting. And the shorting's all about, what was the volume today? $54,000 shares. I doubt any of that selling was real. Maybe 10,000 shares, 15,000 shares. But it opened at 31. It was as high as 34.6, closed at 33.76. So on 50,000 shares, if they got it back and forth, if they got it off at 34, covered it at 31, that's dreaming. Covered it at 32, they made 2 cents, let's say on 40,000 shares. What'd they make, $800? It's better than washing dishes. And that's all they're trying to do. That's all they're trying to do. And that's not a real market. You're going to see a real market. So anyway, continuing with I'm Almost Legend, he is mostly correct in that Railtown does have distribution channels and a strategic Telus partnership. Okay. That revenue from distribution channels could add to hosting, but it's, in my breakdown, it's under the Railtown revenue, not the hosting revenue. So it's good. It's good. Revenue depends on adoption, so cautious optimism is reasonable. His views of shared revenue from Telus are also partially outdated. The Railtown investor slide presentation suggests Railtown may receive usage-based revenue, yes, tied to agent deployment on Telus's infrastructure. So there is a revenue model, yes, although actual earnings depend on adoption. Yes, some of the earnings do, no question, but the 120, I wish I had better vocabulary. Currently, there are 400 companies in the network who sell products, AI software, to 5,000 end users. Those end users use the products they buy, whatever they are, which means that they hook up their computers and their corporate data to the link the company provides, which then goes up to the cloud. The cloud currently is Microsoft or a data center in Virginia or a data center out in Idaho, a data center in Poland. But they are spending, those 400 companies, according to the information here, they are currently spending $120 million. It's an expense. They are spending that in order to provide to their 5,000 end users the AI software they are providing and the swiftness and the real-time learning and the data storage and all the processing power of the cloud. And the cloud is Amazon, it's Microsoft, it's you know, whomever, some other name. But that money's currently being spent. So out of that 400 million in revenue, 120 million, at least that's what's disclosed, it might be more, 120 million of the 400 million revenue is cost of business. It's cost of revenue. It's cost of processing. It's the cost of using the computer to sell the product to the end users. So how many companies is it in the network? I got that wrong, actually. It's 180 companies in the network. They are spending 120 million to make 400 million. That's already happening. Well, that 120 is going to be spent. If these companies want to continue to make their 400 million, they're going to spend their 120 million. Now they can spend it at Microsoft, they can spend it at Amazon, they can spend it over in Germany, they can spend it in South Korea, or wherever they are right now. But because AIP, the parent company, is now owned by Railtown, there is a huge incentive for Railtown to make it a campaign to move the 400 million in revenue. They already own those the network of those companies. But those companies are spending their 120 million elsewhere. Well, Railtown is in the business of making money. They didn't buy AIP so those network companies can spend their money over at a Virginia data center. Railtown made a deal with Telus in the one of the top 100 best data centers in the world that has no customers right now, or very few. It's brand new. Railtown made a deal with them. We don't know the deal. That'd be nice to find out. But it's a revenue sharing deal. Hey, if we move our hosting there, we want to share in your revenue. So we know that it's not 400 companies, it's 180 companies. The 180 companies are doing 400 million in revenue because they spend 120 million to buy computer power at data centers unknown. Well, Railtown just spent 50 million shares to buy the AIP network. One of their first and foremost sources of revenue would be to get all 180 of those companies to, at a minimum, move their spend of 120 million, which gives them 400 million in revenue, but move that hosting to Telus. And it doesn't, there's no sales job. Well, Corey has to sell each of the network companies somehow. But I would imagine his argument would go like this. You're now in the network, you're seeing the benefits of cross-selling, and you've used this little network platform that AIP kind of designed. But guess what? We're now going to implement the conductor platform as the shared network. And look at these features, these 5 features. And we're giving it to you first. It's state of the art. It's fast. It's going to help you in your sales. And we're putting conductor with the number 85 data center in the world that's brand new NVIDIA. It's environmentally friendly. It's inside Canada. For some reason, that's important to we Canadians. And if you see the benefit in conductor, we're going to give you, I don't know, give you a discount to move it to Telus. There's no sales there. They can, I mean, there is selling to the 180 companies, but it's got to be one of the easiest sales in the world. You're now owned by us. You're going to benefit by that association. Then you're not, the company's not owned, the network. And conductor is better than anything you have. That's an assumption. And it's going to help you get business. That's an assumption. And we're basing it at Telus. Now, I mean, if there's penalties to unhitch at, at Amazon, then that becomes a little longer negotiation. But my point, I'm almost legend, is they don't have to sell conductor as to a new end user. It's just, hey, welcome to AIP Networks. You're already here. Welcome to Railtown. Have we got a better deal for you? And, you can be, fair enough, you can be skeptical as to how much they can move over in a 90-day period or a 6-month period. I think they're going to move the majority of it. But you might have a different view. So that's why I suggest that anybody can sit down with a pad of paper. I took the 120 million that the 180 companies are currently spending to bring in 400 million revenue. I added 30 million to it. And I added 50 million for Telus, directing some of Telus's own customers to conductor and sharing that revenue. So I came up with a 200 million Telus number. Oh, sorry. Yeah, a 200 million Telus number. I'm not sure I did this correctly it'd be a 200 million Telus number. I may have given you, no, I think I did it right. So it'd be a 200 million Telus number at 20%. Hosting would be 40 million. And that doesn't count on Railtown selling having any adoption to the end users of new users, I guess, new end users. All it is the hosting, 40 million. Now you can tell me I'm crazy and just say you only think it's going to be 15 million next year from hosting. Okay. So you start with that. I would argue that would get a higher multiple because the people doing the analysis are going to see the upside. Unlike we can't see the upside because we don't understand it the way they do. But they'll see the upside. They'll see that 15 is going to grow to 40 and then grow to 100. So they'll pay more for this 15. But you can do that. I mean, if that got 100x, that's a big number. But remember, all that revenue, even if it's only 15, it's all cash flow. There's no cost to it. There's no cost to it. Anyway, I interrupted you. There is a revenue model, though actual earnings depend on adoption. I don't totally agree with that. Some of the earnings depend on adoption, but some of the earnings are just getting them to switch off Amazon data center and turn on Telus data center. It's not adoption. His caution about guaranteed income is fair, but the only strategic characterization is incomplete. He's mostly correct about recurring revenue streams taking months, even a year or two. Yes. Even that is nuanced. They've already announced about 8 revenue deals. I think some were just fluff. So I'm not sure there's a lot there, except for that Uniserve, 3,000 users. I think that could take months to even get a customer. It's been 10 months since we heard anything else in the pipeline. And it's been 10 months of cross-selling going on in the network of 180 companies. I assume something happened there in those 180 companies with 5,000 end users. I assume something went on, but we don't know. But to the extent that there was activity in the already announced press releases, in the cross-selling in the AIP network for the last 10 months, and any additional companies in the pipeline that we're unaware of over the last 12 months, it's not going to take a year. It's probably not even going to take months. Well, I mean, it could take 2 months or 3 months, but it's not going to take something like 6 or 8 or 10 months to book all that. So I would argue the 10 months we've been waiting, the 11 months we've been waiting, I'll be very disappointed if they have not been aggressively building up their sales book. And we'll find out. I mean, if they haven't, then this company that's a huge caution. But I think they have. So I would expect to see revenues from Conductor in the cross-selling in the AIP network, revenues from Conductor in the already press released area, revenues from Conductor in the current pipeline, but not yet been shown to anybody. I would expect all of those revenues, they won't be booked right away. They'll be projected. They will be reduced to enterprise sales agreements with projections that maybe will only be given to analysts. But I would expect all of that could happen within the next 90 days. And we'll find out how big their pipeline is. I think it's going to be bigger than people think. I mean, if I had to just give you what I think it's going to be without trying to be cautious, because in these numbers I give you, I constantly am trying to be cautious because they sound so absurd. But if I had to guess, sales from Railtown Conductor projected forward for 12 months, but entered into enterprise sales agreements, it could be anywhere from 50 to 150 million. It's a wide range. But just the enterprise sales agreements entered into for the Railtown tools could be formalized. Now, they do have a bottleneck, it seems like. I don't know if it's at the regulators, at the attorneys. They don't have enough staff. I don't know. But maybe they can't plow through these deals that quickly. It would behoove them to go hire the services of the University of Manitoba's entire business, graduating business class, and promise them all resumes just to get it done. But assuming that they can accelerate their ability to process paperwork, I would think that Railtown's tools could come in a forward 12 months anywhere from 50 to 150 million. I think the forward estimate of the roll-up over the next 12 months of the 400 million in revenue could come in at some time in the first quarter for a forward 12 months. That revenue already exists. It's just about acquiring the companies without spending a lot of shares. I think that could be 50 to 100 to 150 million. The hosting, I think hosting could be the revenue from hosting projected forward from just moving the AIP network's current hosting, that one, from Telus directing Telus customers to hosting, and from Railtown's, let's call it pipeline, generating every customer that signs up ipso facto for hosting. And let's throw in a couple of surprises. I have no idea, but I'm giving you a range. But maybe other data centers in Canada want to keep Canadian data, for whatever it's worth, in Canada, and therefore they want to use Conductor. So I would say that hosting revenue could be projected between 50 million, 100 million, and 150 million. Those three areas in the first quarter, at the low end of my estimates, I think you could see forward revenue of 150 million. But you know what? It could be 300 million. You know what else? It could be 450 million. And I think the trouble we're going through, which is as frustrating as it can be, we don't know these numbers with any kind of, I mean, screw being specific. We don't even know what the range should be. We have no idea, which is why I was waiting for this phone call today. But we have some basis. I'm not just making those numbers up, but it's a wide range. It's a wide range. As these are young investment bankers, these are young wealth advisors, these are young research analysts, these are young trading desks, and young stockbrokers. That's what we used to call them. If these projections take hold, the stock's going up. I just don't know when. But I think it's more likely, because it's so hard to explain the revenues. It's so difficult and painful to go through the definitions of each new term, each new revenue source, each new multiple, each new concept. I think what's going to happen is you're going to find out I didn't do a good enough job in letting you know the magnitude of what's sitting in front of you. If you listen to this guy and say he's half correct, that you're going to have to wait, you're going to miss the boat. This stock will go up with alacrity. Once it crosses $5 or $6, it'll be in the teens. And when it's in the teens, research will come out talking about $22, $25. So if you listen to that guy, you're just going to be stumbling around. And it's my fault because I'm having a hard time getting it across. The revenue, the hosting revenue exists already. All they got to do is turn the switch off at Amazon and turn the switch on at Telus, and you bring in, I think, 150 million in Telus revenue. You know, at 20%, that's $30 million. And if there's any growth in business, I see that growing to 50 million. And if Telus, I just read you that revenue piece. If Telus needs, that's what it said. Telus needs this interface. Now, could they use another interface? See, we don't know. But if Telus just recommends, they've got 20 billion in revenue. If I remember what I read, 20 million customer hookups. %10 is 200 million, but they're not all software companies. But 10% is 200,000. 10% of that is 20,000. So that's 1%. $10 of that. I don't know. If they got 200 companies that signed up through Telus, I think you could see. See, that is where you get into guessing. But I really think the hosting revenue is powerful here. It doesn't require adoption of anything. It's just move it over, move it on over. Anyway, I wish I had a better way of presenting it. I guess we'll just wait for research to come out to present it more clearly, and the stock will be $3 by then. Now let's keep going. However, revenue can start sooner, but meaningful ARR market recognition might take 6. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. You're saying that it's going to take 6 to 12 months. You know what's good? I'm almost legend. If we can accept that as, okay, we own the stock, we're going to hold it for 6 to 12 months. I like that aspect of what you're saying. That way we don't have anxiety. But I don't agree with that analysis. I think meaningful market recognition could happen as soon as next week. It's unlikely, quite unlikely, but it could. I don't think after the annual meeting, the company might work very hard through the holidays, but I don't think there's going to be any desk that they call or any research analysts. They're all going to be on vacation. So I think you're right that market recognition might take until Martin Luther King's birthday to get started. But once it starts, I think it's going to be rapid. In terms of ARR, I guess something about the way I'm presenting it, is, I guess, just too repetitive that it's boring. And of course, I have to find it, and I won't find it quickly, probably. And I may not find it at all, with my luck. My love does it good. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, I'm not going to find it there. All right, let me find it somewhere else. Hang on, let me show you. I know where else I can find it, I think. My love does it good. Oh, oh, oh. Okay, Mariah Deutscher with with Silicon Angle, that's the name of her magazine, wrote, LangChain, a startup that helps developers build artificial intelligence agents, has raised $125 million in funding at $1.25 billion valuation. Fortune, the magazine, reported today that IVP led the Series B investment. It was joined by Alphabet Inc.'s Growth Stage Capital G Fund, ServiceNow Ventures, Workday Ventures, Cisco Investments, Datadog, Databricks, and several others. It doesn't have a date here, but it's about a month and a half ago. On the bottom, you see the bottom? According to TechCrunch, let me read it to you. According to TechCrunch, LangChain generated between 12 million and 16 million in annualized recurring revenue as of June. They say it's grown since then, but at the time of the funding, the data they had is LangChain generated between 12 million and 16 million in annualized recurring revenue as of June. And they valued the company at 1.25 billion. So I really don't agree. I understand the Tony tiptoe through the tulips tiger approach, well, you got to wait and see. If you wait and see, the stock's going to be 10 bucks. You'll feel better. It'll feel good to buy it at 10 bucks because you'll have some research reports and you'll have booked data, but you'll miss the easiest part of the move. You know, if you own this stock right now, which you do, I'm saying if one owns it. Let's say your average price is 35 cents, just for simple math. If you own the stock at 35 cents, and it goes to 70 cents, you're up 100%. Right? You're up 100%. If it hangs out at 70 cents for a while and then it goes to $1.40, you're up 100% from $1.40. Right? If it goes to $2.80 after waiting around, you're up 100% from $1.40 to $2.80. Right? Let me show you something. What if it goes to $3.50, like I think it will? Because you had the conviction to buy in early. What if it goes to $3.50 and then research comes out, revenue is meaningfully recognized and the market meaningfully recognizes everything and the stock is $3.50 and it goes to 7 bucks? Well, if you bought then, you'd make 100%. That's awesome. That actually is great. It's a great return. But you know what? Sitting back here, since you bought it at 35 cents, and it goes from $3.50 to 7, that move from $3.50 to $7, which is safe for everybody else because they have research, there's market recognition, the revenue has already been booked, institutions are coming in. On your original investment, you're getting 10x. Just going from $3.50 to 7. It's going to be so powerful as this thing goes up. Another way to look at it, if it goes to $10, and let's say one day the stock's up 3.5% from $10, that's 100% on your original investment. It's going to get fun, but we're not there yet. We're not there yet. The AI is wrong on this one. Trust me. It's not on everything that it's saying. Not that you're saying either. But this is an arms race. It feels like it isn't because the stock is down. But that's our brains telling us that the stock price is telling us something. That's our brains telling us that the system works. Right now, the system is just working for the shorts who are pressing their bets. And then, of course, there is Obviously, there's an absence of buyers. They don't seem to exist. I just think in Canada, they don't cheat, but maybe some people do cheat on the long side I'm talking about. I don't know. But I just don't know that many people know the story in Canada. So anyway, just repeat myself on that over and over again. That doesn't help anybody. Lastly, he's correct in principle about market sentiment shift after earnings are announced. Publicized revenue and AR milestones will likely influence market sentiment, timing uncertain. I don't agree with him or the AI. If you're waiting for the company to book 150 million in revenue, the stock could be 30 bucks. I'm making it up. And then if it comes in at 175 million, the stock will go to 35, 40. But if it comes in at 125, it might collapse to 22.50. But if you wait, you're going to pay, you've never seen anything like it, I'm Almost Legend. And you're not seeing it now. You're not seeing it now. But guys and girls who know this market are going to discount the good things coming, and they're going to pay up. If they believe that the company will be worth 40 bucks in 6 months, 7, 9 months, they may run it to 15 now. You just haven't seen it before, but you will. You will see it here. I believe you'll see it here. But it is getting frustrating waiting for information, and I do wish that I had been able to conclude this call today. Maybe at 6 o'clock I'll end this and try to call back in. Darn it. All right, let me keep going. I'm Almost Legend. Bottom line AI summary. The letter is largely accurate and cautious. Railtown's long-term value depends on adoption and recurring revenue. Okay, but the stock price isn't going to wait for that long-term value. The Telus collaboration includes usage-based revenue, not just strategic, and meaningful market recognition may take months. The revenue can start sooner. I don't. I mean, you can obviously you can choose where you get your advice, but I think that's just wrong. I think AI is wrong on that. The long-term value of the stock will be determined by its ability to deploy its technology before its technology goes obsolete and keep ahead of any competition. And that's going to be reflected in enterprise sales agreements that grow and stick. But the stock doesn't sit at 35 cents for 9 months while the market gets comfortable that the company is going to do 200 million in revenue for 2006. And all of a sudden in, I don't know, pick a date, October 15th, it goes from 36 to $36 because the market all of a sudden saw, oh, they printed the revenues. It's not going to work that way. it's going to be Mavericks, for example. John Ruffalo, who founded Mavericks, pays everybody's bills, will call in his investment committee, maybe this year, and say, I want you to take a look at Railtown. I think we should own 10% of the company. I'm making it up. What do you need to make yourselves comfortable so that you can agree with my opinion? Well, we need this, 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 and this. Okay, let me arrange a conference call with, let's arrange a conference call with Corey Brandolini and Marwan for this afternoon. I also want to see if I can get Mike Norbrega and Dr. Tom Core and the CEOs of 5 of the AIP network companies that have agreed to be purchased. That'll be a little bit more work. Let me see if I can get those calls arranged for you over the next 48 hours. Good enough? Good. So he sets up those calls. They speak to them. They get to see the revenue projections. They get to see the sales book. They get to see what contracts have been signed, what contracts are pending signing. They get to see the new iterations of Conductor. They get to see new tools. They get the team at Mavericks gets to see it all. And if some of it they can't see, they won't be shown it. Or if they're shown it, they have to sign, we're not going to trade the stock. So they'll opt out of not seeing certain things. But as these analysts and these investment professionals and these portfolio managers who know what they're talking about in the AI space, in the software development space, in the Canadian ecosystem space, in the data center space, in the software development space, and they've got $500 million to invest. Well, they'll have their calls with Railtown. They'll have their calls with AIP and several of the lower companies, and they come back to John Ruffalo at Mavericks and say, you know, we like it, but one thing was bugging us. We saw an email that William got that says that there's no real evidence of a revenue sharing deal with Telus. And in any event, that could take 2 or 3 years to come into effect. So we don't know who sent it, but we're concerned. All right, I know the guys and girls at Telus really well. We were on a committee together to make sure that the indigenous tribes benefit from data centers together. Let me make a call. I'll set up the call. So then he makes a call for his own investment team to talk to Telus. By the time they make all of that due diligence, John Ruffalo has told his investment committee that John Ruffalo wants Mavericks to buy 10% of Railtown. And now he's done the introductions that the investment committee can do their due diligence. And they say, all right, John, we'll support it. Great. Just what I wanted to hear. When can you start? We can start in 20 minutes. Good. Let's do it. So they put the emails in a file. Everybody signs at the top of the ticket or whatever they do internally. And then the woman running the Mavericks investment desk, calls her friend at, she'll go with the quietest firms first at Fidelity. We'd like to buy up to 1 million shares of this company, Railtown. Can you do it for us? Hold the phone. Well, we can fill 350 right now at the market, but it's going to take us all day and maybe tomorrow to fill the rest, and the stock price might go up. All right, well, we'll do the 350,000. You can buy the rest of the stock all the way up to 45 cents. Of course, I'm using US prices. And that's how it'll start. She'll start with her first go to trading desk. Then she'll call the next. She'll probably leave Canaccord for last, because Canaccord is a nightmare as it relates to the short sellers, but maybe she won't. And they'll go in, they'll buy 10% of the company. That means they'll be out there buying 20 million shares. And if John says, I'd like to get this in before the end of the quarter, they may try to buy 20 million shares before the end of the year. Of course, I'm making it up. But if they do, the stock could be $15 by the end of the year. Alternatively, John says, I know you guys are going on vacation. This is a stock I'd really like to establish a position in. But you've had a good year. Why don't we get to work on it on Elvis Presley's birthday, and when you get back from vacation, we'll start then. But before you go, could you just quietly see how much you could accumulate in the next before you go on vacation, in the next 2 or 3 days? Don't show your hand. Don't make the stock go up. Just try to accumulate, if you could, as much as you can under 40, using American prices, under 40 cents. If you get it, great. If you don't, it'll wait till the second week of January. And that might happen. At Mavericks, that's Mavericks. What happens at Omer's Ventures? I don't know who's running it. Let's say it's Nancy Miller is running Omer's Ventures. Mike Norbrega calls up, "Hey, Nancy, it's Mike. Oh, Mike, how are you? It's been so long. Yeah. How's the wife, the kids? They're great. Blip, 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 blip. Well, Nancy, how can I help you, Mike? Well, as a shareholder in Omer's Ventures, and I still have my my retirement accounts with Omer's, I want to bring something to your attention." What's that? Well, I'm a founder of a company called AIP, and it was designed to model constellation software. Oh my gosh, you have another company like Constellation Software? Yeah, we think so. I joined in with John Ruffalo, a couple other guys, and what we're trying to do is replicate the model that Leonard did with Constellation Software in the AI venture space. And we've rolled up 200 companies, and they have huge upside. We picked the best of the best, we think. And you know what we did? We joined forces with what, in my judgment, is a state-of-the-art tool that's the interface between these companies and their computing power, but also this company we joined with solves the problem of legacy software debt cost, and it solves security bugs, and it can bring up software to the AI standard, which is a $300 billion market a year. They've got the first crack at it. It's called Railtown Technologies, and I'd like you to look at it. I think Omer's Ventures should be an investor. Well, that's great, Mike. How many people have you told about it? You're my first call, Nancy. I haven't spoken to anyone else. I believe that John Ruffalo is looking to make a position for it in Mavericks, but I just thought this would be the sweet spot for Omer's Ventures. Well, that's fantastic. I can put our team on it right away here. Ying is actually away. She just had a child, but her assistant, Fawn, could help. Why don't I get it to her? What can you send? Well, I can send you everything. I can send you the documents, the projections, the internals. But better than that, I can set up a conference call, Zoom call, with the principals at Railtown. Well, why don't you wait till Ying gets back? I'll come on the call, Ying and Fawn, and maybe we'll bring in our quant guy, James, and he'll be on the call too. When you want to do it? Well, let's do it. How about Monday? Is that good? Well, that's cutting it close. Most of us we're shutting the office on the Wednesday before Christmas. But yeah, let's do it Monday. Sure, let's do it. So Omer's Ventures gets the download directly from Corey Brandolini and Marwan. And then I assume they're in Toronto. Dr. Kaur comes in with his engineers or his team, and maybe it'd be tricky, but maybe they call up John Ruffalo and say, hey, we like this. What are you doing? Well, we're going to buy it. I don't want to, if you're interested in buying it, maybe we can work together. I don't want to hurt you, but we've already looked at it. And I don't want to tell you how much, but we're going to make a commitment to Railtown. Well, that's great, John. Maybe we can have lunch. Sure. Why not after the holidays? Great. So maybe Omer's Ventures makes the decision with all of their analytical team to start buying by January 15th. And they decide to buy 5%. So you have Mavericks buying 10%, Omer's Ventures buying 5%. Omer's Ventures, Nancy happens to meet the current CEO of Omer's retirement system. I don't know what the name is. Let's just say her name is Melanie. So Nancy meets Melanie at a cocktail party and says, how are you doing? Well, we're doing well. We're kind of trying to take advantage of this AI, sovereign AI data system. Well, we're looking at a company we've started buying. Maybe you should consider it. So maybe Omer's comes in and does the whole rigmarole, and they decide to buy 5%. Those are three companies that are logical buyers of Railtown, all based on the good old girl network and the good old boy network. They all know the story. They're going to wait 6 months, 9 months. Don't count on it. Don't count on it. Don't count on it. And then I gave you a list the other day, yesterday maybe. You don't remember it because maybe That was the one that was taken down. But there'll be a series of companies, investment companies I'm talking about. There's 20 or 30 of them in Canada that invest in AI. I think they left it late in the year. I don't see any of those companies taking a serious look at Railtown before the holidays. So I think it'll be January. But those companies probably haven't heard. Let me see if I can come up with a name rather than just calling them companies. Of course, I won't be able to find them, darn it. These thumbnails are so small. Maybe these are they. Let's see if these are they. Yeah. Those aren't it. That wasn't it. Okay. Let's see. Okay, here's some venture capital firms in Canada. Major institutional investors in Canadian software development and AI. Innovia Capital. They've never heard of Railtown. Radical Ventures. They've never heard of Railtown. Georgian. They've never heard. Real Ventures. Well, maybe Canaccord Genuity is going to call them before the end of the year, but I guarantee you the answer is going to be, the teams, we're shorthanded here. We're trying to close another transaction. Why don't you get back to me in January? Unfortunately. But it's coming. Canada's large pension funds, OMERS Ventures. I think they'll come in, they'll get the call and listen to it before the end of the year. Caisse de dépôt et placement du Québec. Major institutional investors, CPP. These people get calls. They're not going to do much before the end of the year because of the holidays. BDC Capital, Export Development, major banks, Royal Bank of Canada. These all invest in AI in Canada. Major institutional investors in Canadian software development and AI sectors include BDC Capital, Innovia, Radical Ventures, Graphite Ventures, CPP Investments, and a couple of more there I can't read. OMERS Ventures, Golden Ventures, Real Ventures, Brightspark Ventures, Yaletown Partners. These are the buyers. I don't think it'll happen before the end of the year. Unfortunately, I could be wrong. There's still there's probably still next week that it could happen, but I doubt it. Everyone's going to go to Banff and ski and hang out at the fire, or they're going to go down to Martinique or something. So I think it'll be January. I'm almost legend. But those are just some names of companies, of investment companies that are going to be interested in hearing the Railtown story. Each of those companies are going to have their own analysts, their own experts in AI, and their own experts in software. They're going to have dedicated investment bankers or portfolio managers addressing the AI software space. They're going to understand what's going on with Telus and Bell and Innova, what other data centers. They're going to understand what's going on with LangChain and where Railtown is better. They're going to understand without having a long explanation of, oh, you can move the hosting fees up to the brand new NVIDIA data center in Quebec. That's great. Let me just plug those numbers in. Let me get them down to my desk. Let me get right back to you. Yeah. How many shares do you have that you can offer us? Well, I believe we can find 2 million shares for you. That's too small for us. If we're going to make a commitment here, we need to own 5% of the company. Well, I think if you start with 2 million, I can work with you and find another 8. Okay, let's do it. That's what's going to happen. I'm Almost Legend. They're not going to wait months or 6 months or 9 months. They're going to sit down. Why? Because they trust their own ability to take numbers, put it in a spreadsheet, compare it to Cohere, compare it to LangChain, compare it to what they know about the AI business. They don't need the market to recognize diddly. They just want to talk to the company. Let me see what your revenue. Oh my gosh, you got that and that and that. Do you have are they doing an offering? Well, no, they're not really doing one. But there might be one strategic placement of shares. Well, put me down if you can call the company. We'd be interested in that. But until then, why don't you work an order for me? Buy 5 million shares up to $1. That's not going to wait. I'm telling you, you guys have never seen it before, but that's what's coming here. Now, I don't know the exact targets. I don't know the exact numbers because I don't have the details. But in general, that's what's coming. I wouldn't listen to AI on this one. All right, I'm going to go up and get Justin before I forget him. And I'll come back to you. I'm Almost Legend. Justin says, I swear by memory, Tom Core said 125 Canada-based IAPs were spending 120 million annually. Wow. So it's not even all of them. Wow. So Justin, if you want to have some fun with that, it's something about what you're saying rings a bell. I'll try to look it up. But if there's 125 Canada-based spending 120 million, obviously those would be the easiest to move over. But that might mean 75 companies based in 13 other countries. If they move those over, give it a little bit of a haircut. You could get the 125 moving 120 million over and 75 move over 50. You get to 170 million in revenue, you know, call it hell, call it 150 at 20%, that's 30 million. Call it 200, it's 40 million. In the middle, it's 35 million just from the existing hosting revenue. It's a big number. I'm telling you, this stock is mispriced, and it's sitting here because the shorts have us staring at our navel. And, you know, I don't have any money to invest. That's why. If I had money to invest, it'd be $1.50. But let me go down. You had one more, then I'm going to go back to I'm Almost Legend. Telus will make it more affordable for those 125 Canada IPs. I think you're thinking it's a campaign to bring home AI and data centers and security to Canada. So exactly. Wouldn't you think the communist company, the socialist company of Telus would do exactly what you're saying? Make it more affordable? I think you're right. Then others may come from Telus. I agree with that too. I agree with that too. What if Telus makes a campaign? We have the most environmentally friendly data center in Canada. Some of our revenue goes to the indigenous peoples, and we're state of the art. We're faster than anything else out there, and you know, I think you've got a good idea. William is pointing at the board with his middle finger again. Okay. All right, back to I'm Almost Legend. I pushed back with a lot of your info as well, Sir William, and made it reference all filings and press releases from Railtown and Telus as of December 25. It told me in short, my statements are grounded in what is legally and publicly documented, not on business plan slides or internal projections. You know, this thoroughness that we're showing is, I think it's great as a learning process, and I think it's terrific for due diligence. But I got to tell you, this is not what institutions are going to do. It's not what wealth advisors are going to do. It's not what institutional brokers are going to do. It just isn't. But I do think it's good as a real learning process. Although I'm not sure how many of these stocks. This Railtown is a collection of perfect storm type stuff, and it's too bad that it's taken so long because it's destroying a lot of people and relationships too. But Corey and Marwan got started early. They didn't know NVIDIA was going to have this chip in 2025. They didn't know that Telus was going to have this data center. But they got started early. They went out to the conferences. Well, the conferences in 2024 were still 12x multiples. There was buzz and excitement, but it hadn't filtered throughout Wall Street yet. So they ran into three guys that set up AIP who wanted to be public, and unfortunately looks like got some extra shareholders to go public, which delayed everything. But those guys immediately recognized the opportunity. They met, and it's even bigger now. So the story's gotten bigger on a company level, but it's matched up with the AI 2.0, the software 2.0, the data center 2.0, the sovereign AI. I doubt Corey knew sovereign AI was coming, but it's all here. And the stock sits at 35 cents, and we try to figure out why. There's one reason. The shorts are constantly selling the stock downward. The second reason, they have short-term goals. Let's not even say it's illegal. Let's just say it's cleansing the market of crooked YouTube promoters and CEOs. They're just pressing their bet. But there hasn't been any buying in the stock. Obviously, there's some buying, but Mavericks can't buy it. Omers can't buy it. Those other institutions I just showed you, Yaletown and the rest, they can't buy it. Not yet. Unfortunately, everybody's going on vacation. They've already booked their year. And that's a real cost of AIP taking this long. So I don't expect those other institutions to even nibble at the stock until January. I don't know. But if I were John Ruffalo or Mike Nobrega, I would be trying to get Mavericks and Omers Ventures and Omers to commit to the stock before everybody got back from vacation in the first week of January. That's what I'd be doing. So I think there'll be some jumping the gun, but they got to wait until they're allowed to buy. And as best I can tell, as you're highlighting, I'm Almost Legend, very, very well. Same with the email, I guess. We don't know the Telus revenue sharing agreement. I'm using 20%, partly because I want to show strong numbers. I started out using 1/8, then I went to 15. I don't know what it is. But it would seem to me that Telus information might be something that needs to be announced before Mavericks, who almost certainly can be assumed to know the deal, before Omers, maybe, maybe not. But if Mike Nobrega is bringing the idea, Mike Nobrega must be assumed to know the deal. So my guess is they have to wait until after Telus tells us about their revenue sharing agreement or something. And there might be other news that needs to come out. I'm telling you, the buyers still can't buy. The big ones, the ones that don't need all this explanation. And I'm not insulting anybody. This is what they do for a living. We don't do this for a living. But this is not a business plan. And the 120 million is right there. This is not a business plan. This is an investor presentation, November 2025. It's not a business plan. You guys have information you can act on right here. It may not be perfect, but it's powerful. Before those institutions can buy. And you're nervous because the shorts keep pressing it down. I think it's the backwards way of looking at it. I think you should look at it, oh my gosh, we have a gift here. That's how I think. But I don't have any money, so I can't take advantage of it. I wish I had, 30 grand, 35 grand. It'd be incredible. I don't. I did. I used to have that. Buy 100,000 shares. Hell, if I had 350 grand, which I used to have, I'd buy 1 million shares. Now's the time to buy. You have the information. And as much as you try to make sense of it by searching AI, noodling around, it's all because you still have some faith in the system. It's all because of that. The stock price is reflecting legitimately a lack of information for 11 months. It is reflecting the fact that the leadership at both companies could not close a friendly deal in the time it took to build the Empire State Building. The stock price is showing that institutional buyers and big buyers have not bought a single share. And now we're coming up against the holidays and tax loss selling. It's all legitimate. But the selling, for the most part, I think yesterday, I think somebody was real yesterday for some of the shares. But for the most part, the selling is coming from computer program selling of shares that do not exist. But you still try to make sense out of it. I don't blame you. I really don't blame you. It's just, there is no making sense of it. All right, let me go on with I'm Almost Legend. AI, my statements are grounded in what is legally and publicly documented. Okay, they're old. It's all old information. Not on business plan slides. Well, that's not a business plan. That's an investor deck. Or internal projections. There's no internal projections there. None. None. There's not a single internal projection there. I'm trying to make projections. That's true. Because there's no analyst doing it. But I'm not an analyst. Well, anyway, I made my point. The research company that'll come out first is right here. I bet they do it next week. Or the Monday before the annual meeting. But anyway, I'm almost legend. None of it's really going to matter for the stock price, probably because of ski season coming. But we might be surprised. We might be surprised that like I said, I think the buyer that will take advantage of this situation is Mavericks. But we'll find out. We'll find out. I have no idea if he will. He may not be allowed to because he's on the advisory board. But I think the advisory board is different than being on the board of a company. Well, we just have to wait. But I think for our sanity, we should just plan on middle of January before the institutions even start kicking the tires. But you know, by that time, the stock could be $1.50. I don't. That's the problem. I'm almost legend. The guy just sent me a text. We're going to talk tomorrow morning, not tonight. So that's Friday. I don't really have any real guidance to go by. And I'm just repeating the same things over and over again. But I do emphasize to you that all of these investors, particularly in January, they're not going to wait for proof. They're going to try to beat each other. They're in a highly competitive game of performance. And I would be really surprised if Mavericks waits till January before they establish a small position. The Omer's fund, they'll probably wait till January, but Omer's Ventures, I guess it depends on how much cash they have. But if Mike Nobrega made the recommendation, I'm not sure they'd wait till January. But then I'm almost legend, you have to factor in that each of these institutions have minimum prices of stock before they'll buy. So it'll be really easy for a lot of these companies if a salesman called them up, a saleswoman called them up and said, hey, I've got this, blah, 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 blah. Oh, that's great. Why? Yeah, you know, I'll buy. I can put $1 million toward it. What's the price of the stock? Well, it's 35 cents. No, we're not. I'm not going to. All the teams away. They're on holiday. I can't get approval this year for a 35-cent stock. We'll have to wait till January to see if we can get approval. The year end's going to be a pain in the ass. It really is. But I don't think that means the stock is going to necessarily stay at these prices. It could, but I don't think so. How about, I'm almost legend, if I talk to my information tomorrow and maybe I can just have a better call tomorrow with better guidance and better information, maybe. AI continues to see it as a speculative investment. It is a speculative investment until certain public contracts and info are disclosed. Yes. Is NVIDIA speculative? Is Barrick Gold at $14 speculative, and now that it's $41, it's safe? I don't know. Thanks for letting me share all this and catch up on your thoughts. You're welcome. You did a great job. It's very good information. Um, I would feel more comfortable, I'm almost legend, if they had gotten the AI deal accomplished in July or in September. But just my experience, both when I worked on a desk and I was on the gun to meet my year-end numbers and all that, and being out trying to work with wealthy investors and CEOs and investment bankers, December sucks. December sucks. Sometimes you're surprised, but December's tough to get new money, to get focus. It's a lot like August. It's a lot like August. Neil Gondek, afternoon, Bill. Sure appreciate each and every day. For that, I thank you. Railtown AI going to have its day. Yes, sir. I agree with that. And thank you for saying so, Neil. I appreciate you being here and saying something. Justin Babish, I really like the idea that the margins in software and AI are so large. So many other industries have big revenue but small margins. Some have no margin at all. I think the original idea on Constellation software was to to acquire and then combine in one company. A lot of these smaller vertical software companies, I think the margins were relatively high, like 35, 40%, but the revenues were so small that other pools of money wouldn't spend the time on it. So his idea is if I go where there's no competition, I can buy these companies at a discount, and then I can roll them together, roll them up to a parent company, and then I create value that way and cash flow. And boy, did he have a home run. He took that company from 25 million equity raise, which I don't know, maybe it was under 100 million, under 50 million valuation, to 100 billion valuation. Really, really a great strategy, and that's what AI partnerships has, and it is because of the margins. I think in these startup companies, you have to recognize that some of these AI startups are going to fail, and a number of the AI startups won't survive. Ultimately, there will be a severe market correction, and a lot of these companies won't survive their next financing, or they'll be rolled up, but that's down the road. But in the case of AI network, Partners Network, whatever it's called, they say that they picked the best companies, that they curated it, they selected the ones they wanted to be associated with. We'll find out if that's true. But that was comforting, just in your memory, that it's 125 companies doing 120 million. That gives a real margin in my mind that some of the numbers that I gave yesterday, which are gone now, that the company could grow, that they could have that hosting revenue go all the way up maybe to 200 million. It makes it a little bit more achievable. Richard K., did we run today? No, I haven't been able to run in years. I get gout in my ankles, my knees, and even my toes. So I just mainly focus on long walks. I wouldn't mind running again, but I think it's something that's in my past now, not in my future. Although maybe if I see a rheumatoid doctor, is that what they're called, rheumatoid doctors? Um, Maybe I can. I'd love to run again, but no, I didn't run today. Dirty Randy, who is William waiting on a phone call from? I don't have time to listen to the 4-hour show. Thanks. Sorry, Dirty. I'm just going to be speaking to somebody, I guess, best described as well familiar with Railtown. Brandon Neely, is the quiet period over since the deal is complete? No, I don't think so. I think there's a quiet period in the real meaning of that word. I think there's earnings going on right now. One. Two, they're probably getting ready for this annual meeting, which is probably taking a bit of time. Three, Brandon, I think that the restriction on buying because of material inside information is probably still in place. I don't know, and maybe I'll find out tomorrow, get a little guidance. I don't know if there is any new announcement which might include material information that needs to be announced before the restriction on buying is lifted. But I can imagine, because I just read the Telus news to you, I can imagine that Telus needs to say more. Let me put it a different way. I can imagine where a guy like John Ruffalo, who runs Mavericks, for example, knows that the revenue sharing agreement with Telus is a home run. But he knows that, I'm making this example up, but he knows it because he knows what the revenue deal is, and he knows X, Y, and Z, whatever it is. Well, I think I would think until Telus does some further disclosure that they're still prevented from buying. I don't think the period of time where an insider who would know all about the Telus arrangement can buy the stock. I don't think they can buy the stock. I don't think you, Brandon, or myself, or other people on this call have any clue what the moving parts and the real excitement of the Telus hookup is. And until we do, the people like John Ruffalo, Mike Norbrega, and others, Mavericks funds, Omers, they have an advantage you and I don't have. So Justin, just to pick an example, you might, I'm not picking on you, I'm just using you as an example. You might decide that, you know what, it seems like nothing's going on, so I'm just gonna wait till January. And meanwhile, Mavericks quietly has been buying for the last 2 weeks and continues buying for the next 2 weeks, because Mavericks knows the intimate details, maybe, I don't know, of the Telus arrangement. Well, come January, you go back to your account, you see the stock's trading at $5, and you go, what the hell happened? And then you find out that Mavericks established a position of, I don't know, I'm just making it up, 5 million, 10 million shares. And then at the end of January, they announced the Telus arrangement. And you go, no kidding. I would have bought the stock if I had known that. I just didn't know it. And then you start thinking, well, that's not fair. Why did Mavericks get to buy? He knew what was going on, but I didn't. That's not fair. I'm going to go see an attorney. Or somebody up in Canada will get an attorney. They'll start a class action suit, and we'll all get a card in the mail. That's why I don't think any of the companies can buy the stock right now. The institutions, I don't think they can buy the stock right now. I think it's clear that Telus needs to describe more publicly before the people that are familiar with the Telus deal are let off the hook. That's just one example. There might be other news out there that we're not aware of. Maybe Corey did a deal with, Justin Trudeau and Katy Perry to sponsor their wedding, and he's got to win. I don't know. I don't know any companies up in Canada. I have quite a lack of understanding of companies in Canada. Brandon Neely, why don't you go borrow $30,000 on a 6-month note? I don't own my house anymore. I would do that if I still had my house, but I lost my house a couple years back, and I don't have credit other than that house, so I'm not in a position to borrow 30 grand, Brandon. I would if I could. I would if I could. But I mean, I've received offers, the rapacious offers, but I don't really want to get into credit card debt at 30%. It's not my idea of a life anymore. So I just don't have the assets to borrow against, is the bottom line. And I would go further and say, I don't have the credit just as a human being either. So I can't do it, but I would. As good as this opportunity, I see no reason you wouldn't get a small loan to make millions. That's the most foolish thing I've heard of yet, if you wouldn't. I just don't. I don't have a source of capital. I am, Brandon, and I'm getting tired tonight, but maybe we'll talk about it tomorrow. I am going to see about when I lost my house, I lost, you know, I don't know, purchase price 30,000 worth of rug, or these rugs. I lost furniture. I lost other things. I probably lost, frankly, at purchase price, I probably lost over 100 grand of crap when I lost my house. But I still have some things. I don't know what it's all worth, but I'm going to try to sell. I don't think it's worth very much, but I might be able to, Brandon, raise 10 grand. Who knows? It'll take a few weeks, but if I can, um, I will buy stock. I have to catch up with some bills and probably prepay 1 month or 2 months bills, but I intend to do that. I am, just so you know, Brendan, I'm trying to work on selling illiquid stock that I have, and I'm trying to get that sold before the end of the year. I'm not optimistic, but I've been giving it a hell of a try over the last weeks. And if I got money from that, I would buy Railtown. So I'm trying. I'm trying to do that. I like your advice, but I don't have a bank line of credit set up, so I got to live with my situation. But I am trying to do what you're saying, Brandon, from all different sources. I do have to take care of some loose ends on my bills. Like my phone is shut down right now, so I got to take care of some of that. But yeah, Brandon, I don't I don't go out on the town or spend money unnecessarily at all. So I've my ability to commit to this may not be as great as others, but I'm fully committed to Railtown. But I do love your idea, Brandon. I do love your idea. Silver Skyrocket Night. Thanks for your summary of the ARR calculation. It really helped. Well, you can do it yourself. You're going crazy in the middle of the night. Just pull out a pad of paper. Broadly, just starting at the beginning, you've got two companies, right? So you got Railtown and AIP. So if you just start with Railtown's revenue is going to come from its 5 tools, its suite, and you can make a list of where they're going to get that revenue from. One is from the announcements they've already made, and you can look them up. I don't. 2 or 3 of them aren't that impressive, but I think the Uniserve has some legs. That's 3,000 companies. And then you can assume that Railtown has been marketing its product for about 1.5 to 2 years. So if you want to assume, you can assume that Railtown has a pipeline that we don't know about. And you can give that a number. You can assume that Railtown is going to have some momentum in its sales efforts next year. And you can just give a guess to how many new customers will come over the next year. And you can come up with that number. And then you can add the network of 5,000 end users and 180 companies, they're all cross-selling. You can just add an entry for how much business is Railtown going to do from cross-selling in the network. Well, that's the Railtown side. And on the AIP side, you can make a list of the roll-up of 400 million. And by the way, I think the merger is great news, because if AIP had tried to roll up on its own as a public company, I think the shorts would have killed it. Absolutely killed it. Like DBMM or MMAT or Data Logic or, I think they would have killed it. So I think the merger is really good for AIP. But anyway, so you could, Silver Skyrocket, you could, as I did many times, you could start with the 80-20 rule. Well, they've got 400 million in revenue. 20% of the companies represents 80% of the revenue. So they've got, call it 200 companies. 20% is 40. If they roll up 40 companies over the next 12 months, they could generate 320 million in revenue. Or you can subdivide that. You can say, well, maybe they only get one a month done, so it'll be, 150, whatever. You can play with the numbers. So the roll-up, the acquiring of existing revenue, rolling it up to AIP, that's one source of revenue on the AIP size of the column. Another source of revenue is, now we know, is, well, let's make another entry for that. So another source of revenue for AIP is just growth of how many more companies come in, that kind of thing. Cross-selling. You can put it there, probably not a big number because it's hard to quantify. So now you have two broad sources of revenue. I think you now have to add in, you could call it Sovereign Canada, Sovereign AI, or you could call it Telus, or you could call it Data Center, whatever you want to call it. But I think you have to make an entry for hosting. I just think you do. We didn't know about that a month ago, or 5 weeks ago. But for hosting, we've got some starting points, the 120 million. And now Justin points out that's just 125 companies. So you could add in some growth for that. You could add in Telus's contribution. I think you can add that up to 200 million. And then if you don't want to use 20%, use 10%. That's 20 million from there. So you've got 3 broad columns to start with. And then you can start thinking, well, what if Railtown brings some more business to Telus? You can realize that's going to come, but leave it off your calculations, because you don't want to, you want to have some room for upside surprise. You could go, well, wait a minute. There's nothing in that Telus news announcement, at least that I remember, that said exclusive. So what if Railtown makes a deal with the Igloo data center in Britannia, Northwest Territories, or in Quebec? I don't know. So you can add some growth in there, But if one thing you can do is say, you know, I love all that growth story, I'm going to give it 0. What you try to do is come up with a number, skyrocket, and then risk it. So you can take some pretty bold calls on your numbers. As an example, just looking in the Telus hosting column, particularly now that Brandon remembered the 125 companies, just under the column of whatever you want to call it, Telus or sovereign or hosting, under that column, I think you can project that the analysts could be comfortable that they're going to move that 120 million over. So you start with that. But it's 125 companies. There's 75 more to go. So maybe you add 70 million to this. Or, I mean, if you do it at the same ratio, you might add 75 million. For the additional companies. And then you think, well, there's the 3,000 companies at Uniserv. You know, if their best companies moved, and out of 3,000, if 100 companies moved over, maybe they don't cause hosting of 120 million, but maybe they, you know, maybe they bring in 25 million hosting from the Uniserv to Telus. And then you say Telus. Maybe Telus, because we have no clue, by the way, but maybe Telus is really going to make it a priority to upsell. And maybe they bring in, you know, a big 300 million, but let's just say 100 million. And then Railtown has its own pipeline, past, present, and future. I have no idea where to start with that one. But let's say they generate deals worth 100 million, and if it's the similar ratio of expense, let's say they cause a hosting expense which becomes revenue of 25 million. So 120 million is the AIP that we know about. That 75 million AIP, I'll say 2. That'll be the companies that aren't included. 25 million from Uniserv. 100 million from Telus. And 25 million from Rail. So you could start a list like this for hosting. You're guessing for next year for 12 months. And so that adds up to 220, 320, 345 million. But what you do is you risk it. You risk it. You may go in and say, you know, and I'm not going to do the exact math, but you can give the first number an 80% chance. That's not the exact number. So it's 100,000. You just risk it. the 75 companies at AIP that are in the 13 countries around the world, maybe you risk that at 50%. So you do 37.5. I forget what I said, 100 companies out of 3,000 generating 25 million. You're saying, well, you know, they might have a lot of small companies and they've been around for 30 years. Are they really going to get this done? Do they have anybody young? So instead of maybe you discount that by, hell, maybe you discount it by 90%. So you just take 2,500,000. And the Telus deal, you feel good about because you think, well, you know, that actually could be $1 million. Who knows? And it's all on Telus's side. So you risk that at 100%. You leave that one alone. It's all up to you. And then Railtown brings in new business that causes hosting fees. But you say to yourself, you know, they're going to be so busy. I'm going to risk that at 50%. So now instead of having an ARR target from hosting, gross number of 345 million, you've reduced it to 215 plus 37.5. Call it 250. You've reduced it to 250. Well, then you take the 250 and you say, you know, I'll use 20% as the revenue split. Well, that's pretty easy. $50 million in hosting revenue. And the hosting revenue is 100% profit for Railtown. So another way to look at it, it's $2.5 million. No. It's $4 million a month. $4 million a month in cash flow. They don't have to raise any money. They don't have to raise any money. I mean, guys, it's a big story. And even once you get to that number, you can discount that again. But at 50 million in 100% revenue, I really think 50 million at 100% could get a 50 multiple. The question is, how quickly is it going to be perceived to grow? It depends on how big Telus's data center is. And they've got a second one. And then it depends if Telus is going to dedicate all of their upsale activity to Conductor. We don't know that yet. But if we're lucky and Conductor is the man as far as Telus is concerned, the growth rate here could be out of the moon. So I think 50 million times 50 could be justifiable. That's $2.5 billion. If you use 250 million shares outstanding, that's $10 from hosting all by itself. Guys, the upside on Railtown. Look, the risks to Railtown were broadly toxic financing. That they would miss the technological window, that they would miss a financing window. And I suppose that they miss a window where Wall Street has dedicated all the money they want to AI and they're going to stop. Those are basically the four things. In terms of the toxic financing and the ability of the shorts to destroy the company, I now, and I'll try to confirm it tomorrow, but I'm now 99.999% certain they've done no deal with Canaccord and no deal on a toxic level. So I'm satisfied that risk is gone. They closed the deal with AIP for about 500,000 shares fewer than they had agreed. So the risk of that setting off a cascade of dilutive shares, that's gone too. So we got away, we don't have that toxic dilution crap risk in real time. We don't have that. The technology risk, I'll find out more about tomorrow, but every feedback I get, and I haven't gotten any news or any, even any scuttlebutt, whisper, anything in, I don't know, it feels like 6 weeks, might be longer. But I have talked to people, tried to talk, and the sense I get, and I've shown it to you in a couple of their diagrams, but the sense I get is no, LangChain is not beating Railtown to the punch. And Railtown does have the first to market and the best in class for what they're trying to solve. LangChain's slightly different. So anyway, I'll see if I find out more on that tomorrow. But it looks like we dodged a bullet for the time being on technology. But the technology risk is real. Look at ChatGPT. They were flying high. And the next thing you know, Google's beating them. Arguably is beating them. So it's a real risk of any of these technology stocks. It's one reason why I think the company will get sold rather than trying to be a unicorn. But anyway, it looks like we dodged that bullet too. Will Wall Street run out of capital to invest in AI and data centers? Is there going to be a collapse in AI? It looks like, at least not for the next 3 to 6 months. But that sentiment can change. The capital markets can close overnight. If we have a bond crash or if we had a problem with the Nvidia or something like that, it can get scary quickly. But it doesn't look like we've made it to the end of the year. Doesn't look like October is going to be a crash. It certainly doesn't look like November is going to be a crash. So maybe, just maybe, we're going to make it into the first quarter when there's new monies to invest and things are going to be okay for the beginning of the year. I suppose there was a risk if the deal didn't close, but it did, so we don't have to talk about that. Yeah. I think you've made it through the storm. Unfortunately, I think you have to make it through December too. But we'll see. Brandon made a good point about could these guys start buying? And that could happen before the annual meeting. So we could see what happens by then. Um, yeah, I can't see, I cannot see where Railtown is going to blow up. I really can't. I mean, in a negative way. Um, so, can't. Brandon Neely, I had a sports book handicapper call me one time, and he said he had a lock on a play, and I told him to bet $1 million for me, and I'd split it with him, but he wouldn't do it. Well, he was probably trying to offset other bets, right? I don't know how sports books work, but I would guess you would try to keep it balanced unless you were sure. You might tilt it a little bit, but I think overall you'd want to keep your book balanced and make the vigorish, I guess. I don't know how it works. It's a very funny story, though. Dirty Randy, Brandon, I had a call on a major NBA player last year. I knew he was out when everyone said he was going to play. Still lost the bet. It's always good to have sure information. It always seems to work. Dirty Randy, it's all a fugazi. Bottom line is Corey needs to man up, get the story out. What are the revenue projections and what is the timeline? It's that simple. There's one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8 trading days. There's 8 trading days until the annual meeting. And I would even add to your list, Dirty Randy. I think he's got to get a lot of that out before that annual meeting, preferably next week. But if he doesn't, maybe I'll get a chance, like Brandon says, and raise some money and buy some stock. But you are right, Dirty. It's all about for all of us, I think we're mostly invested. For new people, it's going to be the stages of the stock price. A lot of people in the States aren't going to buy a stock under $5. So on the way up, others might. So anyway, you got to get through that. Institutions won't. Research will help. I think up in Canada, there's not that many people that know the story, so you're going to run into the holidays. But I think bottom line, you're exactly right. You got to put the projections out, at least to analysts, if you can't do it publicly, and you've got to tell the story. It's time to do it. We're paying the price in terms of these delays, and it might be our opportunity, to buy more stock. But it's definitely this nightmare of the end of the year, vacations. Brandon Neely, what if Langchain locks in contracts with big companies with their product and lower the opportunity from Railtown to get the big wins because Langchain is ahead of us in promoting? That, I think, is a risk. I'll try to find out more about it tomorrow. But 2 things, Brandon. The market is enormous. It's $300 billion a year. So Railtown doesn't, there's room to share. Secondly, I don't think Langchain does do the same thing as Railtown now. But to go to your concern, I agree with you completely. And it would be something that I'd be canceling all my vacation plans and working till the end of the year on. I think what Sequoia Capital can do is they could raise $1 billion for Langchain and then go acquire, you know, a company like Windrift and put a whole team of talented engineers and software planners in the space that Railtown's in and beat them to the punch. But I even think we outlasted that risk, Brandon. But that's because I believe the company, Railtown's going to be purchased by Microsoft. That's what I think. Now, it could be Constellation Software, it could be Apple, it could be Oracle, it could be somebody else. I believe Microsoft's going to buy Railtown. And the issue you're perceiving is exactly why I think both Microsoft would buy Railtown, because they want to beat Sequoia. It's not so much they want to beat Sequoia, but they're competitive with whoever the investors are in Langchain. I mean, maybe they'll go buy Langchain, but Langchain, I doubt's on offer at these prices. And by the way, Microsoft could buy both. They don't have, you know, they don't have a small checkbook. But my point is, Sequoia could outspend Railtown to catch up and maybe supersede. And you are correct, Brandon. The messaging is already out there that Sequoia is doing, which is allowing the Langchain name to pop up in articles, to pop up in solution, you know, these charts that have solutions. Langchain shows up. Railtown's not there. And that holdup, I think, has been because of the AIP transaction. But you know what, Brandon, I think I actually think we've passed that storm, because Langchain raised the last $125 million to make their current, whatever it is called, 1.0, I guess Langchain 1.0, work. I mean, it works, but they're still developing it. So you know what? I don't think that in the next 90 days or the next 6 months, Sequoia can raise money and compete and exceed Railtown. I think it might be a different question if you say 1 year or 2 year, which, Brandon, brings me back. I don't think Railtown is going to decide to be a unicorn. I think a Microsoft or a Oracle or a AMD will look at, a NVIDIA, look at it and go, wow, they're doing 150 million in revenues in February. Again, it's not in February and it's not backwards looking. It's looking forward. But if a NVIDIA or a Microsoft got wind, wow, they're doing 150 million in revenue, let's buy it. it's advantageous for Microsoft to buy it because they can bring in a product with Microsoft's resources that can go claim 10% or 20% of a $300 billion annual market. They can go generate 30 billion in revenue, 60 billion in revenue with this wonderful suite with Microsoft's resources, and Microsoft would love it. So that's the incentive on the Microsoft side. They want to go claim the revenues. But on Railtown side, I do not think Corey is a guy to hold on to the baby too long, you know. A lot of CEOs don't want to sell their baby, and they make the mistake of holding on, and the market changes. Anyway, I'm not going to give you examples. I've seen it both sides of it, where a guy sells and you think, oh, why did he do that? And then the market crashes and nobody else was able to get that price. I've seen it the other way too. Some of it's luck. But I think Railtown is going to recognize that if they can prove the concept of what I think, let me show you one thing, Brandon, which I think I showed you the other day, but it might have been taken down. This is what Railtown does. I don't know where LangChain fits in here. This is 2 years old, so nobody knew about LangChain. But this is where Railtown fits. This Developer Tools 2.0, this big circle with a question mark, and then this over on this side, this square that says humans. That's where Railtown fits. And then Railtown drew this AI I don't know what that says here, right here. AI teammates. AI teammates. Anyway, this is Railtown right here. They drew this. Railtown made this slide. They drew this big long cigar. And what it means to me, Brandon, is that Railtown isn't in competition with LangChain. I don't think it's in competition. I think it's on top. It's a complement to all of this. But I'll try to find that out also tomorrow, Brandon. I really think we have not missed the technology window. And I still think we're first to market. And I still think we're best in class. But your point that you make that I think is such a good one is you got to get the image. The image can, you know, I told you that once. Tom Waits wrote that song, Tom Trabert's Blues. And two singers wanted to sing it. The first one went to Tom Waits, was Van Morrison. And I bet, I've never heard his version, but I bet Van Morrison would have had a bestseller. But Rod Stewart also wanted it. So Rod Stewart jumped the gun and toned it down, made it a shorter thing. And Rod, I think Van Morrison in this example was first to market and maybe best in class. But Rod beat them to it. And that's what you're really saying. Sequoia could put Lang Chain in that position and then fill in the chefs and the trainers and the software engineers afterward. But look, we made it through. We made it through. Railtown is ready to start talking about their revenue. And yes, they may be waiting for Telus to disclose. And Telus is a communist organization. It's bureaucratic. It's going to take forever. But that doesn't mean Railtown doesn't have other revenue deals they're working on. It's a completely different ballgame now that AIP is closed. I think the company's in a quiet period for earnings. I think there's going to be some sort of quiet period for vacations. We just got to live with it. But we made it to the end of the year. And we're going to be into January. Revenues are going to be announced. Revenues are going to come out. And if Railtown does 100 million, 150 million, 200 million forward, they're going to be bought. And then all your concerns are going to go away. Because if Microsoft were to buy Railtown, they could put billions of dollars at the problem that you're describing. And I think the company would be for sale at the right price. So that's my answer to that. Brandon, Telus will be our big win. No kidding. And you know what, Brandon? Telus is not the only data center in Canada. Telus is built one, is finishing another. So it'll be two state-of-the-art that have capacity. But I looked it up the other day. There were a bunch of names of Telus, of Canadian. The biggest one was Canadian Bell or Bell of Canada. But there's others that have data centers in Canada. And this whole sovereign AI, even though Canada is small, the fact that the country is focusing on sovereign AI, I think it means it's a little like people deciding to spend within their own community or help each other out. I guess like the Amish help each other out. It's a big positive for Railtown. Brandon, I'm sorry you've had financial struggles. Didn't mean any harm not knowing your situation. Yeah, it's not been the best period of my, but it doesn't help me to focus on it. I had some disappointments, and looking back on it and saying this or that, it doesn't have any productive benefit now. So I'm just where I am, and but I think it's good. I think Railtown is going to help. A lot of you are going to get, and I hope so, a lot of you are going to be very wealthy. For me, I think I'll get back maybe to where I have some flexibility, and then it's the next thing. But I'm very grateful, Brandon, for the opportunity. I'm really pleased that so many of you have built positions, and I can't wait till you're all happy. It breaks my heart that some people sold. I don't know how many, maybe 3 people. And this maybe 3.5 this delay has just been, it's Kafka-esque. I mean, I don't think a novelist could have come up with this delay. I really don't. I mean, if you saw it in a Western movie, you wouldn't believe it. You know, if they put it in the movie Wall Street, you wouldn't believe it. If you were reading a book, you thought, that doesn't make sense. I mean, it's just been an incredible period. But you know what I think it sets up, Brandon? As here's my assumption. I think the stock market is going to make it into January without a crash. Is that 100% sure? No. But I think as you go into January, February, March, I believe Wall Street's going to turn their attention on mining shares, oil and gas, maybe, maybe not. They're already there. They're already in. The private equity guys are already snapping up everything they can in oil and gas with cash flow. But I think they're going to go do it in mining. And, you know, so they take away the opportunity to participate in ground level deals. It's frustrating. But I also think money coming around the curve, the corner next year, there's going to be so much money going into AI and AI 2.0 and data centers. I just think it's going to be a redoubling of what's already occurred. And in that environment, Railtown's kind of set up kind of nicely because they can go from 0 to 60 or 0 to 100 because their revenues essentially for last year, which ended in September, essentially nothing. And the normal year is ending. They can start in January and tell a hell of a story. They can go from 0 to, I don't know, I'll pick a number, 150 million projected revenue in a heartbeat. And man, the excitement will begin. Now, I take I'm Almost Legend and others. Maybe it takes until April. Maybe it doesn't happen in January. But I'm telling you, it could even start before the end of this year. Dirty Randy's correct. It's the story. And it's the revenues. It's not the fixed number of the revenues. It's the ramp. It's the projection. And what's the growth rate? And how believable? And what's the competition? You know? And if you're first to market, you enter into the arms race. So I think it can be very, I don't want to diminish the pain this has been. And I wish they had finished the AIP deal 90 days ago. Hell, 120 days ago. But it's really weird. It could set up a great January, February, March. After everybody comes back from vacation, after everybody gets their bonuses for last year, they're going to say, what are we going to do this year? I bet it's mining, and AI, and software development, but AI and mining. I think walls of capital, sea walls of capital, tsunamis of capital are going to start flooding into those two spaces. January, February, March. So it might work to our advantage. Hi, Donna. How are you? What's this? Guys, I don't know what this is. I'm not going to read it, but I'll show it to you. I have no idea what it is. Donna says, good evening. I'm almost Lushan. Thanks for the information. Yes, I agree with her. Brandon Neely, if it has taken 10 months to acquire AIP, how long will it take to roll up the companies? I think a long time. I actually think, Brandon, I don't think they're going to roll up any companies in the first quarter. They might. Let me put it a different way. I don't think they're going to put a whole lot of resources toward rolling up companies until the stock is definitively above $5, maybe even above $10. That's my opinion. So I think you have to build in maybe a 90-day delay anyway. And I think you're right. Can they actually get it done? They're going to have to get a better law firm. Or something. I'm not going to make my opinions known, but you know, the world is changing over to a younger generation with different ideas. But yeah, I don't think the AIP is going to be a focus while the stock is under $5. I think moving the hosting will be the first focus. So that's one comment I have. The second comment, though, Brandon, they don't have to roll them over. They just have to be in the process of rolling them over. They just have to be able to project that they're going to be able to do it. But I think it has to start with a higher stock price. But I'll give you an example, Brandon. If the stock is $5, $6 to $7, and they decide to roll up one of their best companies who's doing, I don't know, 60 million a year, and they decide to pay 10 million shares. Well, let's say they're doing 100 million a year. I think that would be a discount. It's hard to come up with a scenario, but let's say they buy two companies that are doing over 100 million in revenue, and they offer 10 million shares at $6 or $7. Man, that will jump the stock price. They don't have to close it. They could have a binding letter of intent, and they could give it to first-year law students to finish it. They don't have to finish it. If they can prove that concept is going to work, the value is going to show up in the stock price. My guess is, Brandon, what will happen is the company is going to be purchased, and then the teams will stay and they'll earn a bonus for executing these plans for, I don't know, a 2-year employment contract or something like that. I hope, and I'll bring it up if I go to the annual meeting, which doesn't look like I'll be able to go yet. I would hope that Corey would strike a note, like if he sold the company, that maybe he says, well, fine, we like your deal, but I want to keep an eighth or 20%, but maybe an eighth of all revenue generated from Railtown and all revenue generated from AIP, from the whole kit caboodle. I want to get an eighth top line off of revenue. That might be a reach, but I want to get an eighth for all shareholders and ownership, you know. So in other words, I'll sell the company to you, but you know, maybe you just keep a non-voting eighth, or you keep a, I don't know, some way of keeping some upside. But Brandon, I think what's going to happen, if I'm right, is they're going to enter into the agreement to roll up these companies after the stock price is up. But it very easily could be that those companies get rolled up after the acquisition. And then I would imagine, you know, if you're a Microsoft and you buy it all, maybe you distribute AIP to shareholders later on. I don't know. There could be a lot of interesting things happening, Brandon. But I'll tell you what, it's going to get exciting. And at 35 cents, the entry price is, it's cheap. LangChain is now partnered with Microsoft. I Googled LangChain AI partnership. Yeah. I think everybody in the world partners with Microsoft. There's a lot of people doing it. I'm not sure, Brandon, that LangChain, I think LangChain is a comparable company in terms of valuation. I'm not sure that LangChain is a straight up comparable company in implementation. I'll try to find out tomorrow and try to get information I can talk about it. But I just don't think they're in the same exact space. Sounds like they are, but that's just words. I think, I don't even think LangChain's anywhere near the time put in. But, you know, that can get caught up very quickly. You know, Railtown spent 6 years and maybe somewhat of a tight budget and with good teams. LangChain with 100 million and with Sequoia behind them, they might be able to you know, really get a leap. So you're smart to think about all that. But Microsoft partners with a lot of people. And I really think the Railtown solution, for lack of a better word, I think it's supra. I think it's on top of all these other things. I think it makes everything, including LangChain, work better for development teams. I'm not sure that LangChain is directly competing with Microsoft. For one example, LangChain's designed in this open network, you know, across the entire internet. Railtown is designed for vertical penetration in specific companies, and it's proprietary. You can put Railtown in your computer system and avoid the cloud altogether if you want to. Most people don't do that. But Railtown's designed to be a vertical market software, whatever it's called, vertical, rather than open or horizontal. And I think that's a huge difference. We'll find out. I'll try to get a better answer, Brandon, for after tomorrow. Brandon, also Amazon and Google. Yeah, it's really interesting. You say Google will be the leader in AI. It's really interesting. And I don't know how to judge it. It's not my, I'm not a software engineer. But I think you're right about Google. They are in an arms race. And Amazon has just gotten a big government contract, and the CIA's all up in there. But Google seems to have leapfrogged a little bit. And Google has a lot to lose. They have the best search engine in the world, but AI can beat what they have. So they have a lot to lose. I tend to think you're right about Google. But I want to point out again, and I'll try to find out tomorrow if in fact I ever have my conversation. I believe Railtown can be applied in the Amazon world, and then it can come over to the Google world, and it's not, once Railtown partners up with one group, it doesn't preclude anybody else. Now, if they're bought out by Microsoft, that'd be interesting. But the race really is to claim a big percentage of the future of software development, the world's largest market, which surprised me. Brandon, Merle Haggard, If We Make It Through. I like that song. I'm not going to play it because then they'll take this video down. I like Merle Haggard. I like Merle. I didn't, when I was younger, and Conway Twitty, I used to make fun of all that. But I like Johnny Cash and Waylon and Willie. So I started opening up to the rest. But anyway, I really like Merle. Jack Hamilton, thanks YouTube for no notification. Good evening, William. I don't know. I guess I'm in a penalty box. All right, so I'm almost legend. Had to tap out a while ago, Sir William. But I remembered you saying that you're not a writer. You really are. You created a very extensive and vivid scenario with phone calls, lunch, etc. I don't know. I envy that you're a writer. I went to Christopher Hitchens. I almost bought a flat in his building 35 years ago. I wish I had, but it was in such disrepair. I wish I had done it. Great place. But anyway, he had authors, and he had, the day I went, he had George Pelecanos, who wrote, I've read a bunch of his books, but his style is sort of, I don't know what word to use, but it's almost American slang. And then he had uh, Christopher Buckley, and he had the woman who won the whatever prize in literature. She was, I think, from Pakistan, and she had a book um, about women in Pakistan or something. But it was a it was a big international sensation. But what was amazing when Christopher, and there was maybe one other, I'm not remembering. It might have been four authors. So it might have been another. Might have been a very British author too. But when the woman read her book, when uh, Christopher Buckley read his book, which is a great book, it's called Losing Mum and Pup. Losing Mum and Pup. It's about William F. Buckley. And even if you think of him as the most horrible conservative, that book is well worth reading. It's well written, and but anyway, you come to George Pelecanos, and his scenes are, she grabbed her, he grabbed his crotch. I don't know. It's just all crude, and but Christopher Hitchens, after Pelecanos, after all of them, I mean, he did a tour de force. He had a whole speech. He put it in his pocket, and he held the attention of the audience in his house. It wasn't a big audience, by remembering each author's snippets and story. Incredible. Just a great mind. But anyway, it comes to your point. I never thought George Pelecanos was a great writer compared to these wonderful sentences of the British trained authors. Though one of them, I'm trying to remember who it was. There was a more serious author there. But Christopher Hitchens just heaped praise on Pelecanos's writing, and I've probably read 7 of his books. You might like them if you have any attraction to what the world was like, sort of 75 years ago. I think that's about right. Maybe a little less, but back when in Washington D.C. the trolleys still ran, and there was no air conditioning, and anyways, he tells a great story. Well, Hitchens was just effusive in his praise, and that's what got me thinking. What you're saying is there's a lot of different ways of writing. There's a lot of different ways of writing. I don't know. Writing is like jazz, or like I don't know, a beautiful woman. I know them when I see them or hear them, but it's hard to explain. Or a beautiful horse, or the perfect puppy dog. Maybe it's all in the eye. Or art. A great piece of art strikes one person one way and another person another way. But I'm almost legend. I'd like to write a book on mining, or on peak oil, silver. I think I'm a little late on silver. I'd like to write a book on I don't know if I could write a novel. But I guess once you start, you find out if you could. But I'd love to. I'm just getting old, and I don't know how, if I'll be granted enough time. But one of the great issues, I think, is energy. I always have. And everyone's flocking to nuclear power, which is a disaster for the planet. And it is not without emissions. It is a horrible choice. Fission. I don't even like the small ones. Although I did meet a guy in Denver, and he's pretty much convinced me that it can be done well. But the problem with nuclear power and weapons and all that is, as human beings, as trees, as animals, we have no protection against it. None. And it'll be around forever. It'll get in DNA. Anyway, I'd love to study and be able to write about. I believe there were civilizations prior to the floods. The ice sheets, the ice, particularly in North America, was, I forget how high it was. Miles high, but I forget how high. And it was in Europe, and it was all over. So the seas were a lot lower, and I believe there was a civilization in Indonesia, where Indonesia was above water. Maybe Australia was connected by walking. Japan might have had an expanse that was level. Anyway, I really do believe there was a civilization prior to, let's call it ours, and it may have gone for a long time, really long. But one question that really intrigues me is, they didn't burn oil. They didn't burn natural gas. They didn't burn coal. I don't think they burned trees. So where did they get their energy from? Where did they get their energy from? There are tools, I guess, or instruments that they found in Egypt and elsewhere that are light bulbs, that they were able to create electricity. I think the pyramids might have been a way of creating electricity, because the pyramids are all around the world. But it might have been sound. It could have been sound. It could have been vibration of the earth. Who knows what it was? But I think it's possible that there's a source of energy that's clean and nearly free and abundant, and we just have to look for it. Anyway, I'd love to study that. There's a lot of subjects, but I don't know if I have time to be a writer. Between Nancy, Yang, John, etc., I admit I got lost on what you were getting to after a while, but I could see and hear it all vividly. Only difference between you and a writer is you know how to bullshit. No, just kidding. You spoke for 10 minutes. about what you imagined. All you'd have to do is write those things out, and you're a writer. Wow, I didn't know that. Just saying. Have a great evening, and thank you as always. Thank you. Jack Hamilton, Mr. William, yesterday I added. Yesterday. Okay, I'll write it down. Yesterday I added, wow, Jack, you're getting up to Donna. You're getting up to Donna. Wow. That's pretty impressive. More than impressive. It's very impressive. Jack Hamilton, good evening, Donna. Are you counting down the minutes to Florida? Hey, Jack, congratulations. We just got to Florida and we're unpacking now. Well, I'm going down to Florida. I'm going to get the sand in my shoes. I'm going down to Jackson, Florida. Gonna get the sand in my shoes. It's the orange blossom special. Brandon Neely, we could get stuck at 5 to 7 if they roll up a call and dilute. No. I don't think so. I mean, I think it's good that you're asking those questions, but no, I don't think so. If the stock got to 10, I'll just try to do it without writing anything. Let's say the stock got to $10 on revenue, projected revenue. So it's trading for 250 million in market cap. And they decide to acquire $100 million in is that too much? They decide to acquire 3 companies and they're doing 150 million. I don't know if that's probably way too much. They decided to acquire 3 companies who are doing 75 million total. Or let's say 5 companies they decide to acquire who are doing 100 million. It's easier. And they issue I don't know, 20 million, 20. No, they wouldn't have to issue that much. They issue 10 million shares. That's too much. They issue, say, 5 million shares at $10. And each company gets 1 million shares and some bonuses and some money and whatever. That's not going to make the stock go down. I mean, my example might be absurd because I can't make it make sense. But if they issued 5 million shares to buy 100 million in revenue when the stock was $10, the stock could easily go to $15 on that acquisition, not down. That's the thing, Brandon. All of our instincts, all of our training over the last 3 or 4 or 5 years is that everything's going to make the stock go down. And that if any acquisition comes, If any financing comes, it's going to dilute. Is that Minnesota's? Dilute Minnesota? It's just going to bring it all underwater. And that's not the case, Brandon. You're about to experience, if I'm correct, you're about to experience a stock who goes up in a bull market in the space that it's in. And it's not going to stall. The word you used was stuck. It's not going to get stuck. It may stall. You're right. I mean, it may take a week or two or something, but it's not going to get stuck. Not if they're buying recurring revenues and they're buying those revenues at a discount, which is their strategy. They're going to buy private companies. I believe they're going to offer those companies technological help, cash, and their balance sheet. So in other words, they can go borrow money, but they're also offering all of the network, the rest of the network, but also all of their power of their conductor, whatever it is. So it's not just an acquisition, it's a combo that benefits everybody. But they're going to buy these companies at a discount or not buy them at all because they're private. And the first companies are going to want to get in while the price is cheap. Look, Brandon, I don't know what the high target will be for Railtown over time. I really, to make predictions of what a buyout could be by Microsoft is a little bit nightmarish. But so I don't want you expecting this, but if Microsoft bought the company for 1% of its stock, I mean, it's at least conceivable. Microsoft could pay $150 a share in stock. Now, not now. But if Microsoft stock goes up, if the revenues are roaring, if NVIDIA gets in a bidding war. Now, I'm not, don't be disappointed if the buyout comes in at $35. Whatever it is, it'll be great. But my point is that the team at Railtown is going to be focused on revenue and creating that high target, whatever it is, because I have no clue. I could be way out of line. They're not going to get it stuck. They're not going to roll up companies just to roll them up. And my guess is they don't need the revenue from the roll-ups to get revenue. Just the hosting and just the conductor could be enough. So anyway, Brandon, I contend to you that they're not going to get stuck. I think they'll do it very carefully. And when they acquire companies, the revenue they acquire at a discount is going to bump up the stock price. And you've never seen anything like that. You're about to see it. I hope. All right, it's 8:20. I've come to the end. I'm going to see if we're at war, which I always worry about. Who is Tara Reid? I have no idea who she is, but she's always drunk and a disaster. Haley Berry is lecturing Gavin Newsom. I guess Haley Berry should run for president. Taylor Swift. I don't care about Taylor Swift. All right, so no news there. There's rampant Obamacare fraud. Who would have expected that? NVIDIA CEO stuns Rogan. I mean, I think Rogan's easy to stun, but everybody loves him. With jaw-dropping AI prediction. I know Joe Rogan could kick my ass, so I better be careful. This is written by Steve Watson of Modernity News. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang presented Joe Rogan's audience with a vision of AI so dominant it could rewrite reality itself. Huang laid out, that sentence didn't start very well. Huang laid out a future where human knowledge completely takes a back seat to silicon brains in the very near future. That's not happening. Consciousness isn't the processing of information. I don't buy it. But let's read, quote, in the future, maybe 2 or 3 years, 90% of the world's knowledge will likely be generated by AI, Huang told Rogan. His tone matter of fact, as if charting tomorrow's weather. Wow. Rogan, no stranger to wild ideas, shot back, that's crazy. I know, but it's just fine, Huang replied coolly. But it's just fine? An incredulous Rogan pressed. Let me tell you why, Huang offered, stating, it's because what difference does it make to me that I am learning from a textbook that was generated by a bunch of people I didn't know, or knowledge generated by AI computers that are assimilating all of these and resynthesizing things? To me, I don't think there's a whole lot of difference. Except for censorship, I guess. Huang didn't consider that when AI hallucinates facts or parrots woke nonsense from its training data cesspools, it becomes a tool ripe for manipulation by those who peddle stuff like climate hysteria. See, I think climate is changing. Or open borders. Well, why would, anyway, let's leave that alone. Huang's brushing aside AI safety fears isn't bold. It's blind to how this technology could supercharge ideological insanity if left unchecked. I agree. Put a woman in charge of it, all of a sudden all the men are transitioning to something else. However, in a rare show of spine from big tech, Huang declared President Trump our president and urged America to rally behind him, exposing the petty sabotage from those who can't stomach success. This article has gone in a direction I didn't expect. All right, let's leave that one behind. OpenAI faces 150 billion in losses before it turns $1 in profit. And do you hear the hosting revenue? That could be worth 1, 2, 3, 4 million a month to Railtown. That's a lot of resiliency. A lot of resiliency. Cue the liberal meltdown. State Department renames the Institute of Peace. That they built that right across from the State Department, and I've been to it. My dad, as we drove by, son, there's not a lot of money in peace. But now they're going to call it the Donald J. Trump Institute of Peace. Well, let's see. When AOC becomes president, it'll be named over her limp-wristed husband. Sorry, I don't mean any offense to anybody that's limp-wristed. I think it's fine to change the name. IBM CEO says, no way spending trillions on data centers will pay off. Let's see what he says. It's by Tyler Durden. You got to subscribe to read this one. For much of the past year, when most AI bulls were too busy to be bothered with doing the simple math, the simple arithmetic on what a full AI cycle would cost in terms of both data center capex and energy outlays, we warned that there is simply no way that it is feasible, as the upfront costs in the trillions, assuming existing technologies, would ever be covered by future revenue streams. More recently, JP Morgan joined the fray when it calculated that it would take over $5 trillion to fund the AI cycle through 2030. But a lot of these companies have cash flow. That's the difference. It's not all borrowed money. It's not all money that has to come from investors. But JP Morgan said that the government would have to foot about 1.4 trillion. Well, we're already at 40 trillion, which would make the AI billionaires richer. I'll read that article tomorrow if I can get it. So the CEO of IBM, Arvind Krishna, has some thoughts on the math, the arithmetic, behind spending billions on data centers and why it will never work. Remember, Railtown isn't spending money on data centers. By now, everyone knows the data center spending is on the rise. No kidding. During Meta's recent earnings call, words like capacity and AI infrastructure were frequently used. Google just announced that it wants to eventually build them in space. hotels for mother-in-laws. That'd be a good thing to build in space. The question remains, will the revenue generated from data centers ever justify all the capital expenditures, which is now forecast to surpass $500 billion just for the 5 hyperscalers? Okay. What's their cash flow? Well, in line with our calculations, Krishna concluded the Decoder podcast on the Decoder. There's no way these companies would make a return on their CapEx spending on data centers. Using the back of the envelope, because anything in the future is speculative, Krishna said that it takes about $80 billion to fill up a 1 gigawatt data center. I wonder what he's talking. I don't even know. Okay, that's today's number. So if you're going to commit 20 to 30 gigawatts, that's one company. That's 1.5 trillion of capex. That, of course, excludes the trillions that will be spent on nuclear and gas power plants, which will be needed. Look, the Canada has plenty of power and natural gas, and these two are already built. I love that headline. I love that headline. You can't print energy. That's our future, guys. Energy. You can't print energy. The money is not the problem. AI is the new global arms race, and CapEx will eventually be funded by governments, US and China. If you want to know why gold, silver, Bitcoin is soaring, it's the debasement to fund the AI race. But you can't print energy. I love that. I love it when people understand that. So the US data center power demands, I don't know what all these symbols are. There's PJM. I don't know where that is. There's ERCOT. There's Southeast, Northwest, Southwest, MISO, SPP, California, New England, New York, Florida. PJM might be Virginia? I don't know. I don't know. Everything's lingo. So at 80 billion each for 100 gigawatts, Krishna's price tag for computing commitments is 8 trillion. Well, Canada, Telus already has these two built. Naturally, if you use a lower price tag, it could be lower. There's no way you're going to get a return on that, in my view, because 8 trillion of capex means you need roughly 800 billion of profit just to pay the interest. It's not all going to be it's not going to all be debt. The rapid depreciation of AI chips adds another layer of financial pressure. You've got to use it all in 5 years, because at that point you got to throw it away and buy the new chips. Sounds like IBM might be behind in this race. Perhaps more ominously, Krishna, who is more focused on building quantum computers and thus may have a small conflict of interest, said that he wasn't convinced that the current set of technologies would get us to AGI. While he remains skeptical of the IRR, Krishna did praise the current set of AI tools. He said, quote, "I think it's going to unlock trillions of dollars of productivity in the enterprise," just to be absolutely clear. All right. It seems to me that most people don't even know. T. Alex, I will not be disappointed if it comes in at $10. Yeah, but I'm not sure you should sell it there, but let's find out. Donna, Elon says solar panels in space will fund unlimited energy. Yes, but will it do it without heating up the earth? You know, a lot of energy comes from the sun and it's reflected. So if you start taking energy that doesn't come to the earth and you concentrate it in power panels and then direct that power to the earth, you're adding energy to a closed system, which may or may not have a way out. I don't know. Everything's an experiment. Everything. Donna, 24/7 above the clouds. I mean, it's a powerful idea. It is a powerful idea. All right, I'm going to go try to figure out what I can eat. I'm not that excited about my choices, but it's 8:39 and I have to go to bed. So I wish everyone peace, love, and happiness. Pray for peace in the world. And I do think we've made it through the storm, and I think it's going to get a lot better. It could turn on a dime. Tomorrow, I expect to have an update for the first time in weeks. And I don't think I'm going to hear anything that's privileged, but if I do, I won't be able to talk about that part. But I'll talk about everything else I can. So, rub your puppy dog's ears for me and tell them they're a good boy or a good girl. And we'll talk tomorrow. Cheers.